You know, Dr. Charles Founder Cleveland Clinic is doing single incision gallbladder removal through the belly button. We can try that on the touch. If you're
Don't say anything, sir.
The future is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. The future. The future. And I'm aging like a fine wine, only getting better with time, but messing mine like a big guy.
But he's only gonna have 3 months. That tumor could start bleeding in 3 days. Or 3 seconds.
You know my team, we the realest ones. We got a job to do. We starving for the cheddar. You opposition to barbecue. I'ma do what I gotta do. Even so, if I'm off and you little pups, you see a big dog and mama do. We're gonna watch the fuck out of this today. I've been out of the game like an arcade. How did Trump do in South Carolina? Full sweep or fell swoop?
Sounds fun.
So there's 727 or 747.
Planning.
2-story Victorian mansion.
So something we're heads.
Schauser 747 mansion. Schauser 747 mansion.
Or dog lane house, you know. As I meditate, my 3 objects of meditation go back and forth through them. So I keep a visual train circular. I never leave it. I stay in the mantra. Stay in a visual mantra. It's pinball machine, ice cubes, sunflower.
Okay,
In some order. If my mind wanders from one, I go to the other. I never leave the triangle of images. We're watching Grey's Anatomy. We're in season 5.
What's my name? Meredith. You know my name. You could say my name. This is what I was afraid of. Okay, who's Alex? Is it me? You don't have to speak. Just nod your head for me if you know who Alex Correct is.
Should be her husband. She doesn't know. She got tumors in the brain. She's a doctor. She's been in the cast in season 1. She's main cast. And she's got brain tumor.
The test impairs your memory to such a degree, I have to strongly recommend you go to have the surgery.
Easy, the test was the worst case scenario. The result has nothing to do with the surgery.
No.
What I do know is that not operating is every bit as risky as the surgery itself. Listen to you.
Surgeons always want to cut. But let me do the surgery. I'll do it fine and it'll be better. That's how I say it. That's how they see. When you have a hammer, they see your nails.
You are not having the surgery.
Damn. Meredith is like, my boyfriend should not operate on you. Damn.
What to do? I can't tell you what to do. What if it was Meredith? What would you do if you had to choose between spending a few months with Meredith knowing she was gonna die, watching her sick, or spending the rest of your life with someone who wasn't her? She's the one good thing that ever happened to me. The one good thing.
And what if it was your girlfriend? Would you? I would ask her to have the surgery. I'm a surgeon. I trust
You couldn't
surgery.
remember anything. You didn't know my name. You didn't know who Derek was. You didn't know who
Does it
Alex
fail
was.
sometimes? Yes. Do people die sometimes? Yes.
I don't remember any of this.
Is it the best method to fix the problem? Yes.
I was standing there, talking to you, exactly like I am now. And you weren't there. You weren't you. Gone.
Playing games like an arcade. Peekaboo like poltergeist, but this way will put your spirit under the seats. And I rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky. I'll leave you thinking. You outclassing me, I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the League of B for the reason the letter B is for beating. Your chances of winning, fleeting, retreating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed with the season.
I'm hallucinating. I have really long conversations with dead people, and I see things that are.
If really long conversations with dead people. Sometimes I just see them. It's not that they talk to me. It's that we sit there forever doing this huge back and forth with a person who's not there. So I'm thinking I might have a brain tumor. This is Izzy. Catherine Heigl.
I'm this college kid.
I'm spoiling season 5 of Anatomy's Grey's Anatomy for you. Spoiler, Grey's Anatomy season 5.
And then the next minute, they're cutting into my body every other week.
I've had 15 surgeries.
And then I said,
Enough.
forget it.
Fuck this.
Whatever. And then the IL-2 worked. It worked. I come here every 3 weeks. I get my medicine, and
I don't have a brain
I
tumor
don't have a
anymore.
brain tumor.
Charlie, it's midnight yet. If we do what you're asking us to do.
Retreating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed with the seasons.
Once I get the prosthetic.
It will be months before I can even begin fitting the prosthetic. Which won't feel anything like a new one, by the way. It will feel like 5 pounds of metal that hurts and pinches. And if the army says no, what if they don't take you back?
They will. Chances are.
You really want to take that chance, Charlie? You're asking me to remove one of your
You
limbs.
think I don't know that? You think I want to cut my leg off? Of course not. Am I sure about this? No. The only thing I'm sure about is that I am in hell right now. That I am sure of. I've lost everything.
Lost everything.
Everything I care about.
But I always bounce back. Thank God for Minato always kept me on track.
Don't waste our time by trying to scare me, because you do not scare me, Dr. Torres. After everything I've been through, nothing scares me.
I'm not afraid. Everything is a lyric this morning.
Dr. Bailey just performed Seattle Bruce's first single incision gallbladder removal.
Oh, cool.
Through the
Oh,
And that's kind of creepy. No, you should
my
see
back and
it.
neck are just really pain.
Bleeding, and about half the time I'm taking like stuff.
You want to do one after lunch? I've got another call.
You don't mind? Oh, well, also, I get them on my own for this
Viking
afternoon.
life.
My neuroblastoma. No. Don't worry, you don't have to. You'll have the rest of your life to do neuroblastoma. What else?
Put your spirit under the seats, and I realize you know when I'm making all y'all apparitions, just flip on my pinky, I'll leave you thinking that you outclassing me. I know they must be tweaking.
And I just want you to know that I
In the League of B for the reason the letter B is for beating, retreating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting, ain't nothing changed with the seasons.
You're mad at me.
I am mad at you, and I'm crying because your boss, my boss, which brings up my issues with authority of my dad, who you kind of remind me of. No, not that you're old, but you command respect. People respect you. I mean, I know I do, and I know Bailey does, which is why I'm mad. Because it's wrong, sir. It's wrong and mean to use a robot to lure Dr. Bailey back into general surgery because I don't have a robot. All I have are little kids. They're not as fun as a robot. And they're not shiny.
They have
and
this
blue and
OST,
silver, and they don't have things coming out of
and
their
it
mouth.
lets me know when things are more funny than emotional or awkward, which is what I'm picking up as far as my autistic social cues. I'm like, this girl's melting down here. But no, I can tell by the OST, this is a joke. It's supposed to be funny. All I see is hysterical woman. So it's a good thing we have that music behind every scene to tell me how to feel. Then in real life. My girlfriend.
I decided not to have surgery. Maybe we should come back. Treat it?
Surgery. Shepard said this is your last shot. I am your husband, and I say that you are having the surgery.
What happened? This is your decision.
That was when I thought you were going to make the right one. But you chose wrong, so now you don't get to make this decision on your own because you married me. It's not just your life at stake anymore. It's my life, too. My life with you. So you can tell Swender whatever you want, but I'm telling Shepard, and I'm telling you, you're having the surgery.
You like to be talked to like that?
No.
Look, we're married now, so I'm telling you, you're having the surgery. It's not just about you. It's about me and you.
Yeah, no.
Not feeling that. Not convinced.
No. I'm divorcing a man that did that.
You crossed the line, Christina. And this...
I didn't. I'm the one who convinced Izzy not to have the surgery. I'm the one who should be yelling at.
So good.
Well, I'm gonna go.
Kids took my place in bed. What kind of shit is that? What kind of shit is that? I thought maybe you needed a night with him, so I left you alone.
Everything she had, everything she was, her dignity, her memory.
Turned the oldest into a burrito. Threw her in the bed.
She's a two.
I love it.
Julia came in here and pointed her in the right direction. It's my new favorite character. Christina's her boyfriend. Glad Addison's gone. You know who I miss? Her old boyfriend.
What?
Yeah, when's he come back?
He doesn't.
I guess that's real. I don't know. What do you want inside? Play-Doh?
Mommy's
Pizza?
face.
Mommy? Just be on mommy all day? Yeah. You wanna stay home, watch Airbender with this? I'm gonna watch Airbender. Yeah, that sounds okay. But we also want mommy to be around. And lots of treats. And toys. Yeah, and I want to do my hair. And I want to wear pretty clothes. And drink soda. And play with dolls. And play fetch with me. I throw the ball, you go fetch it. Pet.
Get that dog food. Oh, I need to go get my dolly.
I want to vacuum.
Like how
For swap. I need more socks.
I'm sorry. I need to fix the vacuum.
Oh, it's broke?
No, there's a complicated way to unload the stupid thing.
Is that your dog?
Yeah.
Is she a baby?
That is what we did. Right.
Does she have a band-aid on?
We have presented her options as
You put her clothes on.
Need help?
He's right to be mad. No. Where's Slender? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna sit down?
Muscles and nerves are separated. That was done.
Remind me when your names. Someone please remind me.
You know what's going to happen in this game. I'm sick of I'm sick of saying. If you don't do this, there's never another chance. We're not doing it. We're not. We're safe. What do you know what he wants? This is what he wants.
We need more blood.
Can you hand me the brush from the basket?
Somewhere again. Just run it again.
Wow. My brush is missing.
There's only the two of us right here fighting this thing as aggressively as we know how. And sometimes that means pumping toxins into the patient to kill the cancer. And yes, sometimes, not very often, sometimes those toxins kill the patient as well. Allison, 3 months ago, came to see me, and I have managed to keep her alive for 2 years. I am not about to give up on her or the ILT anytime soon. And neither are you.
I wasn't asking you to come see me, Coach. I was asking you if that's what you want.
I do.
You do?
Yeah. Not right away.
No, of course not. Like a year. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, because I'll also be a resident for 6 more years, and then I want to get practice up and running. So, how about 7?
No, 5 years.
I'll still be a resident.
So, Stevens and Carrad are residents, Meredith's a resident, Bailey's a resident, all married or soon to be, and happily. Or whatever.
I'm sorry, are you asking me to marry?
No. Why would you?
Should we be having this conversation?
No, probably
No,
not.
that's-
Doesn't work. Dr.
Do you like Lexi?
Yes, I do.
Do you like Sloan?
I'm okay with Sloan.
Okay with Sloan.
Sounds like you're having a good day. Oh, how did we,
You-
all
It's not good. Threatened. Threatened by Sloan. It's okay with him? That means he's in.
Anyway, I'm gonna go, monitor the stop. And then it's not feeling good news. You should stop by. Joey.
The truce. Almost to 1,000 cases.
What game is that from?
I'm playing right now. It's called Crusader Kings. It's really laggy. I'm playing the Vikings. I'm conquering all of Northern Europe.
She's surgery, right?
Here's me.
Your daughter's
When I die, I'll become my son. And then when he dies, I'll become the next heir.
so it's unlikely she'll be able to come.
Juju, what are you doing? It's always him.
You like him too?
I do like Danny.
Talks like this. That's very hard to compete with too. Because that low type of voice is very cool.
You know it. You're just scared. This back and forth is just fear. You've already made the decision. You made it. You made it the second you decided to fight this thing. So look, where do you start? That's where you are now. Your antagonist. An incredible surgeon. And a teacher. You're a dude, remember?
Juju. No candy. No candy until after breakfast. Do you want a fried eggy sandwich? Yes. Mommy will make you a fried eggy sandwich.
You can do it.
Two?
You can get it to me, Brittany.
2 Friday sandwiches?
That sounds yummy to you too.
You Mama.
I want to touch you. Izzy, you won't. No, just accept it. I want the surgery right now. But if something goes wrong, I don't want to end up in the ventilator. So I'm signing the DNR.
Whoa. Don't kill Izzy. Do not kill Izzy. If they kill Izzy. If they kill main cast like this. Original cast. Izzy, Christina, Meredith, Alex, George are the 5. If they kill one of those guys.
You don't get to quit. You don't get to quit. Please.
I'm sorry.
Baby, don't stop. Stop.
Where your eyes are supposed to be right now, I see where it's sending kids. And there's an ocean behind your head, and there goes wandering in. I can't live like this. And I can't live. If something goes wrong in that surgery, I don't want any extraordinary measures taken to keep me alive. It's not what I want. I went crazy when Denny signed the DNR because I didn't understand. I didn't understand, but now I do, and I need you to understand. I don't want you to go crazy. I want you to have a brilliant career, and I hope that I get to be here for that. But if I can't,
I just want to go to the other side. I don't know what's there, but it's gotta be better than hospital beds with tips to my throat. Please don't cut out. Just if it comes down to it.
Whoa.
Just
It's hurting right there.
Yeah.
Did you fall
every damn kiss me.
at Daddy's house?
Please just kiss me and close your eyes because the beach is so straight.
Did you fall at Daddy's house? Did you hit your head at Daddy's house?
I was so lonely. I get Alzheimer's like my mother and forget everything. He's gonna stand somewhere. Mom's gonna
Going down, Amot. Since I decide what I want from you. Wow, that's a lot of mistakes.
It doesn't matter how old you are or how hard you work. You can do all the research. You can master all the latest techniques. You get that. Patients are still gonna die.
Do you want to cuddle with Jesse while I make time with him? Like here.
Cut.
You want to cuddle with Jesse while I make time with him?
Cut. Julie doesn't like to go with me.
Look at me.
Natalie likes it.
Mommy is going to make eggy sandwiches. Do you want to cuddle with Jesse? Well, I do so. Do you want me to do your hair? Put your hair up? And under your face? No, you want it down like Jesse's?
It's kind of the best way. It's the best way to wear your hair, don't you think?
Oh, Mom's going to put it up. Look at that. Out of the way. You want yours out of the way? You want to cuddle Jesse? You want to sit where I'm sitting? Okay.
What are we doing here?
Okay, Mommy is going to go make breakfast. Okay.
What?
Sit next to Jesse. Here you go.
No, just a minute.
Trying to predict the future.
Mountains,
Figuring it out and somehow pushing the blow.
terrain,
But the future
Here's
is
the
always
city.
changing.
Got one more. He's a doctor. He says he needs to do it today. Come in.
The future is the home of our deepest fears.
Hold on.
his hopes.
But this way will put your spirit under the seats. And IRS is, knowing that making all of y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky or leaving you thinking you outclassing me. I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the league of B for the reason the letter B is for beating. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Retreating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed but the seasons.
Is never the way we imagined it.
Holy fuck, this is crazy. Nobody knows where we might end up. Nobody knows. But this wave will put your spirit under the seats. And IRS is, knowing that making all of y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky or leaving you thinking you outclassing me. I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the league of B for the reason the letter B is for beating. Retreating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed but the seasons.
Working toward it. But at some point, you start to realize your life is happening now. Changes over there? Not after med school, not after residency, right now.
Right?
This is it. It's here. Blink, and you'll miss it. Better than a bit comfortable. You all look like him.
You're gonna be a surgery terrorist.
We should go to this probably.
You should wake up. What did he tell you?
The spy master's come to me with great news.
What did he say?
Grave news.
He said it may be you.
Steven's still not awake.
I said hi, Meowie, but it's the little girl. That's
On
amazing.
behalf of pediatric surgery, I'd like to program you're it. Great. Really thanks.
Congratulations.
Plotting against my son and heir, Halfdan, the cold-hearted fiend.
Process. In the event, I am behind you.
Oh man, my back hurts a lot.
How about you meet me halfway?
Hi, Julia. Kick me.
You talked, right?
I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the league of B for the reason the letter B is for beating. Retreating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Ain't nothing changed but the seasons. Who's your favorite character on Grey's Anatomy, Julia? You like Christina? Say, I like Dr. Hunt. Say, I like Nurse Julia. She's the best. Nurse Julia's the best. Omar come to age. Unsurprising that he took well to the studies of diplomatic relations, with excellent grasps on all manners of etiquette and an understanding of all kinds of entertainment, and the elegance to go with it. He will have little trouble navigating a life at court. Okay, Omar. Ambitious, lustful. Grew up so fast. But this way will put your spirit under the seats. And IRS easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just 16. I could marry him off. Charismatic negotiator. Good for you, kid. Lustful. Generous. That's not exactly great, but people like it. Unless they're greedy. But most people just like it.
Your therapy, or whatever you said, you got well. Are you better? Or you just
Making all y'all apparitions is just a flip of a pinky. Marrying a vassal into my family might be smart. So I'll just get her men in my family. Because she's married to my son. Her land is going to just wait for my house. I mean, she's already my vassal, but it's like unifying all the land. Get our house. Nordmark. Simple proposal. She's 25, he's 16. But your land looks like you probably wouldn't join my house, right? Chances of winning or fleeting or cheating is what you'd be needing. Ain't nothing changed with the seasons. Alliance formed. Gladly accept your marriage proposal. Gracious to take the hand of your son, former, in holy matrimony. May our union bring happiness and fulfillment. Severe bulging injury. Is this scary, Julia? Wow. We can't watch Demon Slayer, but we can watch this. That's crazy. That is crazy. Tell your mom that's crazy. I am informed my hostage Ludwig has at last arrived from East France. This is Prince. King Magnus' son and heir will no doubt be anxious about his new life in Norger. I'm sure my people will make him feel right at home. The pact is in place. So we will not fight each other because I have his son and he has my daughter, and so we're not going to fight. Prince Ludwig. Kilamuntisen. But this way will put your spirit under the seats, and IRS isn't knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky and leaving you thinking you my cousin. Me, I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the league of B for the reason the letter B is for beating. Your chances of winning or fleeting or treating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed with the seasons. Catholic, Bavarian. Me. Return hostage, educate the child. Educate him. Educate. Educate.
Our hero. And I shepherd. Maybe you should kiss me. I don't have
Mama's gonna make fried egg sandwiches.
What's wrong?
Let me see learning. Somebody with high learning. I want to call Julia Meowie. She's climbing all over the desk around me. What else could do? It's basically Meowie. What are you doing? So that's my hole. That's where I sit. Treating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed with the season. My court tutor and son, 26 years old. Yes, you take care of the prince.
She's like the one they keep telling her every 5 minutes.
Hold up. I see more of her prince. Got the best punch. Guarantee I won't even flinch. Turn your number one to a bitch. That Gallic kind know I be draining the clip. They call me Sensei. I be healing the game better than Dende. Convert culture, convert faith. He's Catholic, so probably his faith. Oh, Catholics. Or Vikings. I don't care which one. Oh, Catholic Vikings. Culture? I'm not sure about that. Your culture is Bavarian. So what? Unless we want to wipe out the Bavarian culture, it doesn't really seem important. Culture represents the language and customs of the character. The character of different cultures will have lower opinions of each other. Well, let's go ahead and just do it anyway. Why not? He's a child. As much conversion as possible to the Viking way. Do we have a hook? I mean, he's a child. It's hook enough. Yes, we do.
You think he's gonna make it?
Oh, they must be tweaking. I'm in the League of B for the reason to let it be is for being retreat. Is what you need. Carling. He's Carl. His house Carl.
Can I ask a question?
Only getting better with time. Been messing mine like I'm getting guy. My son had a daughter. The court tutors were giving the prince to. He just had a daughter. Yeah, Perun.
I'm happy to share.
Good name. For Viking girl, I guess. But this way will put your spirit under the seats. And I ain't rest easy knowing that making all of y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky. I'll leave you thinking that you are passing me. I know they must be tweaking.
I'm not the girl.
We start with a cold shoulder, so we're right on track.
Bavarian, Central German heritage. Maternal men only. Marital men only. What does that mean? Only men can be commanders and champions. It's a fighting thing.
Some of your love life.
Keep the women weak.
He jumped in front of me once.
Bavarian aesthetic. Holy Roman Empire. Continental European. German. But this way will put your spirit under the seats. I rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just flipping my pinky. I'll leave you thinking you were fussing me. I know they must be tweaking.
I thought he was going to go into bliss.
Keeps cold, here's why I opened up pelvic fracture. He needs to go to angio. Size check, heroin. It's barely there, rest there.
Stabilized pelvis.
You know what goes on in the tunnel. I'm gonna be messed up from that water, not in a small way. Get him out of it.
Take me if you need me. I've got other patients.
Pissing up all the women. Gonna try to angio.
Angio was barely at a pulse.
People of this culture are particularly zealous and dedicated to their faith. The humble trait is more common, the zealous trait is more common. Characters are less likely to accept conversion. Country conversion rate resistance 30% increase. Holy shit. It's just harder to get them to stop believing in their faith. The Bavarians. Strong believers is their culture. Look, I already know. Epistemology, I already know. I just gotta explain it.
Normally Izzy would talk sense into him, but she's got cancer and
Make it fit.
mental deficit, so it's on me to stop him. Because he joined the army. Don't you think that's a problem? I think that's awesome. Awesome?
What, train killers? You think that's awesome? Sorry, we're watching Grey's Anatomy. Dr. Hunt is an army guy. Came out of the... He's major. He's a major in the army. Said I went to Iraq with a group of me and 19 other people, and 20 of us total and 19 of us died. Meaning he was the only survivor.
He's a guy who gets killed cleaning his own gun. So to coax him back.
George joined the army.
Reason to point out the idiocy of his ways. Stevens will make sad cancer eyes, and if all of that doesn't work, Karev, you're gonna pull out your I was raised out back with trash cans roots and just beat the crap out of him.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Hey there. I know this must be scary.
And I let myself off the hook because I'm in a lot of pain. It does feel better. I can relax more. Some milk? You drink your milk, you get strong bones. And vitamin D, I think. That's good. It's way better than Pepsi Cola. How much better? I don't know. Could you know? It is ingrained in the culture that leadership is passed on by blood. Nobility is bound by stone in castles, and that the feudal structure is unshakable. They do not easily forget those who break the feudal code. Hereditary hierarchy. Hereditary hierarchy. Like my daddy was the king, his daddy's the fucking king, his daddy's the king, I'm the king. Don't you understand? Leadership is passed on by blood. Nobility is bound by stone in castles. And the feudal structure is unshakable. Stand and fight. The Bavarian warriors from this culture are unyielding and unshakable. They do not fall back, even in the face of overwhelming odds, for better or worse. But this way will put your spirit under the seats.
You walk away from me again, I swear I will grab you by the hair and pull hard. I grew up in Arizona, I learned to I stuck my neck up. You were my kid, and I appreciate that, but it's
Bavarians.
It's not, frankly, it's the brass ring. It's the most exclusive, it's the most competitive on horse that it gets. Nobody lands this thing in this
They're way down there. In the middle of Europe. And Bavaria. Czechoslovakia. Right next to them. The Bavarians. Bavarians.
People divorce. It's a big decision.
Your thing has changed? Let's see.
What's covered? What's a cover?
Why is everyone happy today?
Neural brain outcome. orders to place the intern. Senator Sloan, she's not the normal patient doesn't do it too. It's not a crime.
Do you think he has a shot?
I've seen people come back from worse.
What?
Hey, I thought you were in surgery.
What? You want cupcakes?
He's thing now, Bailey about the army thing and George. You upset me? I'm awesome. Why? No, do not collide with me. Okay, you said it was awesome. George, sweet, kind George, can't even kill a fly. Is joining the army to go to Iraq in the middle of a war. You said awesome. It is. No, it is not.
Yeah, we actually do need cupcakes. That's a good point.
I'll make cupcakes later. Go.
If that's what we were really talking about, then agreed. More cupcakes. The mastermind with the king guy. You know, me and my team, we the realest ones. We got adopted. We starving for the cheddar. You opposition to barbecue. I'ma do what I gotta do. Even so, if I'm offing you little pups, you see, I'm a big dog and Marmaduke. But this way, we'll put your spirit under the seats, and I rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just flipping up and kill, leaving you thinking that you outclassing me. I know they must be tweaking. I'm in the league of B for the reason to let it be is for beating, retreating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting, ain't nothing changed with the seasons. Animating like a fine wine, only getting better with time, but messing mine like I'm King Kai. You know, my team, we the realest ones. We got a job to do. We serving for the cheddar. You opposition to barbecue. I'ma do what I gotta do. Even so, if I'm off and you little pups. See, I'm a big dog like Marmaduke.
For your life, he's gonna get killed. Did you know about this George? Yep. Cannon fire.
So spirit under the seats. And I ain't rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky, leaving you thinking that you are pleasant. Jesus Christ. I barely touched it. Oh, and this map is crazy. It's crazy. I know they must be tweaking. God.
She signed for the DNR and made me promise she'd come out of this with a life. Not in a hospital bed, not with no brain. I had to promise she'd have a life. You wanna know what happens if she can't make any new memories? Forget about baby. She's gonna get round-the-clock babysitters. We get an apartment together, she can't ever find her way to the damn toilet. Drag her on her ankle case, God forbid. She wanders out the front door. Maybe. It's on me. Her future is on me.
Who's the commander? I'd like to send more men. Carl Sidinia. Full seal. All black. I got a circle and a line going in there.
You need to wake up.
Morning,
You gotta
Natalie.
run back to school?
City Hall.
No.
Little pups. You see him, a big dog.
It's so hard all day. She doesn't know. And if she stays like this, she'll be next thing you know, she's in there like a stranger. She thinks that's her Prince Charming. And it's probably only today. Chances are. So yeah, get married because take the time. Tell the people you love how much you love them and I'll be here.
don't understand people. I don't do things. So maybe I just don't get what's going on with your wife so bad, but I do think it's awesome. I think that George joining the army is awesome. Shut up.
I can't believe George joined the army. What the fuck? You can. Why? Yeah.
I'm a person who thinks that that is brave. And I am a person who stood in an airplane and watched them unload my
Highly encourageable.
My brother died over there because there weren't enough doctors yet. So for my money, George O'Malley is a patriot. He's a hero, and I am grateful that he exists. So yeah, don't worry, I think it's awesome.
Little show if I often you little pups. You see him a big dog and I'm a dude.
Understand why she wants him over there?
I love
No.
you.
Why Robin wants him over there?
No.
Because her brother died over there because there wasn't enough doctors.
I love you.
That's why Robin thinks he's a hero.
You know I'm so sorry.
No, Cameron, not about the choking. It's like you come here and then you pull up my icicle and you make me love you and I can't. I mean, I don't want to. I can't breathe without you.
Oh. That is so beautiful.
All you have to do is say yes.
This way will put your spirit under the seats. And I ain't rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky. I'll leave you thinking you outclassing me. I know there must be tweaking. I'm in the league of me for the reason to let it be is read and retreat. Knows what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Might have to change with the season. 91. We win. We win. Winner, winner, winner. We took their capital.
I'm sorry if this is hard for you, but you are not the one with the short-term memory of your parents. Go ahead, get it off your chest. Remember,
Okay, I'm not the one with a carrot for a brain, but I'm married to it. This is some crock of a wedding we walked into, and only because the two of us thought you'd be dead within a week. You made me promise you that you wouldn't live like this. So now what the hell am I supposed to do? Smother you with a pillow? Shoot you up with an overdose of morphine? Not really psyched about that. Leave you? Not really psyched about that either. So I guess I'm kind of screwed, right? I mean, not as bad as you, but not a freaking walk in the park either. Sorry,
Alex. Oh,
Did you forget yet?
not yet, Kevin.
Did you forget I said all that stuff yet? No. Hang on. Don't forget. Orange betrothal. King of Sweden. My grandson. and his daughter. He gets 100 proceeds. We get 400. She's trusting, just and cynical, and very good with money. Fortune builder. Hello. She'd be a great wife. Daughter of the King of Sweden. You'll love her. You're gonna love her. A year older than you. You're the same age.
One of my residents decided to call a war. That's scary. Another one just lost her life to melanoma. Now she doesn't know what
If George doesn't come back because of war, I'm gonna be so pissed. I can't believe you just said that. They're killing my main cast here. Little pups. You see him, a big dog, Marmaduke. You easy pickings. I'm wondering how to pass the day while I'm stuck in fiction complaining about how to catch a play. Sad to say, your imagination be lacking back today. Bitches bringing drama and watching Jocelyn's Cabaret. Let's ransom our prisoners. Get 10 gold for her. 25 gold for this girl. She family for this guy. High Chieftain. Pay up, High Chieftain. Oh, wow, that pop was crazy. It's empty. I just have water. You have milk. You need milk. You're growing. Just receive milk.
Every day there's a crisis. There's no time.
Regent presumptive. Maybe I should pick Regent. What the effing F? The General Kevin. You are now an Earl. Earl. Congratulations. This take Fiery 23 diplomacy.
You hold on, baby. No. Natalie, call the publicist manager, please.
What's your problem?
This way, put your spirit under the seats. And I rest easy knowing that making all y'all apparitions is just flipping pinky and leaving you thinking you are cussing me. I know they must be doing it. I'm in the league of B for the reason. The letter B is for beating, retreating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning a fleet ain't nothing changed but the season. We'll keep this one. Switch it for this one. Starving for the cheddar. You opposition to barbecue. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Even so at the often you little pups, you see him with big dog or Marmaduke. You've forgotten who we are. This guy has high stats for a naive appeaser. Is somewhat educated in the art of diplomacy, but is nevertheless more often an embarrassment to himself and those around him than not. Look at his stats. Berserker, he's also a traveler, and he has experience in it. Inspired by wanderlust. He wants to see the world. It's his birthright. I was born in this world. Retreating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Ain't nothing changed with the seasons. Man, I made you look a fine wine, only getting better with time. Been Mr. Mind like a king guy. You know me and my team, we realist ones. We got a job to do. We starving for the cheddar. You opposition to barbecue. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Even so, at the often you little pups, you see him the big dog and Marmaduke. Did you get a sandwich? So lucky. I didn't get one. Almost. You got yours first. You're pretty lucky. We're pink. All the pink territory is mine. Thank you, girl. So good. Easy. Easy. All my problems, I don't really have
Look who
any.
it is.
Who was that?
George.
No. No, that wasn't George. Don't say that. What happened? You just went to war, dog. You already back in a stretcher? Treating is what you be needing. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Ain't nothing changed with the season. Little pups. You see him, a big dog. They are really they sending George to war. They killing Izzy with cancer. I cannot believe this. I don't like this. I can't believe this. Meredith has been cracking mentally for three, maybe forever, honestly. Maybe forever. Maybe since the first episode. She was cracking mentally. Christina's the only one I have faith in. Alex has this I want to save her kind of thing going on. You know, like any girl who doesn't need to be saved.
Oh, I like girls the most.
You like girls?
The most.
Well, sure, the most.
Oh.
007.
It's me.
Oh. 7.
Dun 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 dun. She can't even recognize him.
On his way to war, he took a bus for somebody.
Georgie. Georgie.
You remember?
Get up, baby.
Wow. You are not gonna do this to me, Grey's Anatomy. Not after 5 seasons, you kill off all the main cast.
Look at me. Open your eyes.
It's Shepard, he's the chief engineer right now.
We're happy with it. Have you will fix this. Just stay with us.
Lily. Shepard. What on it? You understand me? VP's dropping. All right, let's put him out now.
What happened?
Hyperkalemia.
We couldn't control it with me.
Suppressors dropping off.
Hyperkalemia.
Alex.
Would you like them?
She signed a DMO. She knows what happened. That's why she signed
I don't
it.
give a crap what she saw.
It's not what she wants.
Get a crash card. Get a crash card. Screw the DNR. I'm in those files.
You ain't take over compressions coming back. I got
1, 2, 3. And well, trust her.
Don't feel easy.
I'm trying to save her.
I love you. I don't ever want to live without you. You changed my life. Did you say it? Make a plan. Set a goal. Work toward it. But every now and then, look around. Drink it in.
Is that George?
That is
Oh
George.
my god. I don't want to see that. No. No, no, no. This is a trick. This is a trick.
It might only come tomorrow.
No.
I love you. Jesse.
They did not do that. It was a dream episode.
Look at me. I love you.
That's the stage of it right now. This did not happen. This is false. This is a trick. I'm in the denial stage. I was saying last night, hitting people they stole his bison.
See. Look at me, Steve.
When the bargaining has failed, and the anger is too hard to maintain, fall into depression, despair. And so finally, we have to accept that we have done everything we can. We let go. We let go and move into acceptance.
Poor Callie.
Hey, Jan. Mama Manny.
Callie would know she was married to him.
Yeah. No, I don't think of that. She did that. I don't choose that much. She
It's slow. It's slow.
You're an addict.
An addict. Please don't push me think I've had it. Overflow and really think that I'm an addict. I can't do anything. Your mom's the leader. I can't lead. You're too young. You think so? That's nice of you to say. I'll just say you can have anything you want, and you can stay up as late as you want, and you can play all the games and do whatever you want. I'm a terrible leader for you.
Juju, you got your 4 pieces right there. Eat them.
You know, my team need the realest ones. We got a job to do.
They got mad at her for being right.
What's wrong?
Hand me the wipes. I'm so tired of you yelling at me about your damn nose.
I just want to see her. This Danny is texting while I'm talking to him. He diagnosed Hanny with growing pains. But you know, I grew up, and growing pains did not cause me to fall down on the soccer field. Your pain is traumatic to me, Andy. Your mom's right. It's a good thing to say.
Mama.
What?
I'll give you a quick exam. Here, let me know if anything gets worse.
Empty the go get your cup from your room and empty it.
It's not a disease. Everything hurts all the time. It's not a disease. Little mouse. You see him, a big dog.
Go throw that away.
Easy pigeons.
Get the milk.
I-O. I-O. It's Oscar with Rio.
Steady, steady, go.
Oh.
I can do it.
Would you like some more milk, little person?
Like,
What was in here?
Water. I drink all my drinks.
Oh my God, Jojo. That was so gross. Jasmine, you just saved your life.
That's disgusting. Natalie, why am I holding milk? Come get it.
You need to cry and scream. Mother and I victims. They looked up from that outside. God, I don't know what to say. Someone wants me to decide what was organs. He wants to swallow the accident. I don't know if he's a donor or not. Someone wants me to decide. I can't tell her no, but I can't decide. We were only married for a few months. Okay. During those months, you were the most important person in George's life. Well,
His hands are shaking as he tries to stick my son with a needle, and those nurses are crying. You and your friend, what the hell is going on here?
There was an accident. One of our people died. He's a real person. Something is wrong with him. So what I'm asking you is,
Natalie, now!
It's 9.
Give it back to your sister.
I'll make
Go
you-
get it and give it back to her.
Okay. I'll make you.
You really think she wouldn't tell me?
Yeah.
Elena's profile.
She's strong enough.
Like the old one?
Strong enough to tell.
What? It can be
No,
done.
don't kiss Mama.
It can't be, because George's organs are going to be vital for long. If they want to use them, they have to do it soon. I have to
Yeah.
get to use them. And I think it isn't help. Because she's a sister.
These are useful tasks.
I mean, that shit makes me go. You have to tell her.
She keeps dropping and throwing around. Not the red accuser. Those are pretty faint invitations. We can read Saxy's arms.
Yay! I have them.
We can get a message. It's gonna go nowhere now.
Friends have any allergies, medical conditions, she have any medication? She's not our friend. Jasmine, we barely know her. We're on in Sydney. We're backpacking, seeing the States. We hardly know her, just traveling mates. She's really nice though.
Let's move.
The name, maybe Clara. Ferguson, I think Clara Ferguson.
Claire, hang in there. Stay with me.
She lives with her in London. We're backpacking my car. You get it? Should we say? Yes. Then we can bring all up to
I can't believe George went to war, but
Jake.
Didn't make it.
Jared, right?
Mark's still around.
Steve wants to
George went to war. No, George didn't technically go to war. He was headed to war and jumped in front of a bus instead to save somebody's life and died.
It's me. I'm pretty much good. So I need you to. Please.
It can't be.
Go.
Right? Okay. I'm not. He got in an accident. He's brain dead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's no.
Okay. I know. Don't want to mention that it sounds. George, we did He's amazing.
Please eat some of your breakfast.
Get in there.
You're not gonna get breakfast at the center
Back pain, bad
because we're going too late for breakfast.
Because I can't figure out what it is. And I think best out loud. Did you not hear about Georgia Renner? I did. It's incredibly sad. I cannot talk to you right now. I cannot work right now. Dr. Bailey, I hear that. And I don't mean to be insensitive, but this kid's still alive. And I don't know what's wrong with him, not a clue. So,
I need you to talk through this living patient with me, baby. Please. How's his neurons there? Would it be compression fracture?
She's so pissed off at her.
Marshall and my son.
No.
55 and 58. My son's selfish. Selfless. Marshall is selfless.
Natalie, give it back to her.
Really my son, because he's not
I
doing
don't
anything.
believe you.
My Marshall is doing self.
Where's the wife I gave you?
Promote authority.
Hey. That's the last one. I'm gonna give you meds. Okay. Come to the kitchen with me so I can give you meds. I need to push this down.
Okay.
It makes it so that I can't get up.
I saw that.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Fill coffers. Extra gold. Swell armies. Minute arms modifier. Beneficial levy modifier. Skilled knight quarters. Exactly. I don't
I
really
need
need
you not to do
that.
that.
Swell the army. We've almost 10,000 people.
Yeah, I know.
Do I select these or does my regent select these?
Oh, yeah. I cannot see if you close your mouth.
It's not look like I'm selecting. I didn't pick that. I didn't pick that. So it looks like he's picking them, my son. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Let's go find you a different shirt to wear.
Yeah. And this is growing and I'm not just growing things. We had a switch combined. See if it's us. If not, can we come back in for more tests? Why don't we just run that out? Because next to the tests involve things like staying
I understand. I need you to stop yelling at me. Go that way.
What's wrong?
She decided to close her mouth while I was giving her medicine, so it spilled all over her. Can you please push that down? Smooth. Out of child? Over here. Come here.
They don't want to house you. The rest of them just support it. The rest of me to step up to take the job. Take the job.
Look up. I don't care about your shirt. I care about your face. Your shirt can be washed.
With your nice tone of voice, can you tell me where trash cans are? Trash bags are?
There's not your trash bag in the trash bag.
She needs a support system. Okay, until you find a family, you're you're ordering me to be her friend. She's gonna wake up with pain, missing one of her legs, and unable to use either of her arms. So yes, I'm ordering you to be her friend.
I'm ordering you to be your friend. Yes.
I'm here, small person.
I'm heading back to surgery.
You're not gonna yell at me anymore? Okay.
Patient is Georgia Mallett, 29. Procedure is organ recovery for donation. I'm calling the receiving.
Hands off.
Kidney.
Take your pants off so we can put the clothes on.
Was it full? Sorry? Kidneys. I gave all that to the nurse. I would like you to tell me.
This is
Sit down.
terrible. I can't believe this.
Sit down. Julia, listen. Sit down.
The kidneys. Thank you.
Lungs in Harvard Portland Medical Center. Terry West, age 22. Cystic fibrosis.
Julia, stand up. I understand your nose.
Just stupid. I'm saying she's rude, she's prudy, and misguided.
Come on.
No.
Bye.
You can push ups each is to prevent tonsils. Yes. Fish. Ceviche.
Can you, in your not angry voice, tell me where the trash bags are?
You can't find the back
They're on the bottom shelf.
of the bottom shelf. It's
Drawer, sorry.
okay. Check. Oh, they were in the far back. I remember you showed that.
What? Are you gonna throw your pull-up away? Are you gonna throw your pull-up away? What am I looking at? Yes, there's medicine on the floor. Please throw your pull-up away. Go. In the trash can. Stay. Can you stop?
And the time to kill. Time to tear down. Time to build. The time to lead. Time to mourn. And the time to death. The time to cast away stone.
There you go.
I can't believe George was the first to fall. I can't believe they killed George. You're gonna replace George. Who's gonna take the George spot in the crew?
You're laughing. He's dead. He's just doing something wrong there to that girl. My Barbara is his mother. She never did that.
You are far more pussy than I ever realized.
Can you hand her a wipe, please?
What?
Can you hand her a wipe?
very good friend to me. He's a hunter. We could hunt together. Patriarch. You have no family. It's easy to be the patriarch of you and your wife. A man who is truly dedicated to his family and the prosperity of his house. Okay. Fertility. You get something off the ground, Mr. 52. House might fall to the wayside. We should spend more time together. What's wrong?
Julia, please eat your sandwich. You're wasting your wipes.
I wasted them. There's tissues on the thing I put them there. Found them on your refrigerator.
Small child. Juju, please eat your breakfast.
Keep sending postcards from the trip that she'll never get to take. I abandoned him completely. I stopped talking to him. Why? Because he never was as hot as I thought he was, because he didn't love me back.
Go get whatever tissue I just gave you.
You're gorgeous.
Seriously, you just got the dark you.
Stop. He died. George died.
I can't believe it.
I don't believe it.
I'm not ready for this.
Okay. Take a deep breath. The dizziness will still take deep breath. Come back in 12 days for another round of IO2, and then maybe PET scan 2 weeks after that. There's no need for you to live in this bed. You should take it easy. And you're still a cancer patient, but you're no longer a surgical patient. Thank you, Doctor. I don't know how to. Thank you. Don't forget to sign the discharge papers. Andy?
He's got serious pain in his inguinal area and down his legs and his lower back. He's got 10 with 100 more. His mom says he's following up on it.
Please don't tell me this is wrong. It's Dr. Robbins. Call Ted. It's okay. Call me when you tell me.
Come down. Just keep trying.
Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Okay. Miss you, Mum. Wish you could see it.
You are doing great. You will love her. Believe your mom. She's gonna want to. She's gonna want to help.
She made me from scratch. That's what she always says. Like, when I want to go skydiving, you know?
True.
Playing Clara, I made that one from scratch. When I sprained my ankle, careful, darling, I made that ankle from scratch. Miss you, Mum. I'm doing great.
Juju. Go get some toilet paper.
Chief, I was just wondering, I haven't heard anything about my application for attending, so.
Dr. Torres, Dr. Chang's 401k to the head is going off retirement for a year or two.
So. You're not getting a job?
There is no job. Not this year. Sorry, I assumed you heard.
Dr. Chang is best. Basically been running Dr. Chang's department all year. He is a dinosaur. This is great. You're gonna regret this.
Dr. Torres.
No, I am just. No, I am excellent. I am excellent, and any other hospital would be thrilled to have me.
Glad we are. Seriously consider it, but it's complicated, and I need a little more time.
I can't give you more time, Derek. Money, better benefits, a whole lot of pressure. That's what I can give you. But I can't give you much more time.
Yes, I am. I'm a superstar. Superstar with a scalpel.
Torres!
No, don't say my name. Do not. I am too big a star for you to say my name. I built arms out of nothing and legs like God. And when I win the Harper Avery and every other prize there is, you will win the stage, Weber. That's right.
Real.
Tell your ship you're running your Weber. That ship.
Shepard think he can do it better? Yeah, man.
What? Then go get some more. Natalie! Don't want me. Get over here.
This, right? We went to eat these first.
No, it's time to go. Are you kidding me? Go where? It's Monday. It's time to go to school.
Oh. I'm really lying. You want to read the same type of series?
Come on. Let's go.
I can't! Come on. Oh, no!
Jacket on.
You got your new jacket.
I need to
Jacket's right there.
princessy. It can be inside out or inside there.
I'm trying to understand. Trying to understand.
Ah!
I'm trying to understand why Georgia
It's
was
an in and out.
why I'm sorry.
How do I inside out jacket? Mama! Help!
You heard that right?
Yeah, she's yelling at you. She's mad.
Mama! Help!
What?
Like
Was that a please?
It's princess. That's my favorite character.
Do it yourself.
I do favorite characters.
I don't know who you think you are, but I can tell them please. Say please or I'm not helping.
They're right next to each other.
Other foot.
You know me and my team, we the realest ones.
I
We
can
got
tell you to say please.
We starving for the jet. You opposition
Turn.
barbecue.
Get your coat on.
That's you are you doing.
Oh,
Oh, Mommy! Why are you doing that? You're turtling.
You're both are a pain in my ass. You're cute pain in my asses, but you're still pain in my asses.
Move your fingers. Like you waved. You
Just
waved.
that.
This is huge.
Outside. Turtling.
you gonna come hang out with me for lunch?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I don't know where your makeup went out there.
He wasn't even as bad off as you were. And he didn't make it. Claire, I know that it doesn't feel like it, but it
I don't have
is
your makeup. No!
it is a miracle. So you should call your mom. She's the one who
Wow. It's just called Lexi a stupid little bitch.
Excuse me.
Your friend is better off. His mom is better off.
Oh, you in.
It's a miracle.
What you got, bro?
I don't want to live like this. Just let me die. Just let me die.
No bloodshed, all siege. Couple weeks in and out. Whoa! Can I have a sucker?
They're pink.
Yeah, they're pink. I want one.
Pink is one of my favorite colors.
Well, it's one of my favorite flavors. Girl, you rock. You eat the chocolate.
The dictionary defines
The tablet. Bring it out here. I can hear it from here.
sharp sorrow, painful regret. As surgeons, as scientists,
You don't like chocolate?
and rely on books, on definitions, on definitives.
Now!
Strict definitions rarely apply. In life,
Very rarely.
I don't
I
know.
don't even want it all.
sharp saw.
Can you get this plugged in, please?
I'm not missing much.
Same charger for your
Phone.
phone, for your Switch.
Here you go. Hey girls, have fun at school.
Bye-bye. Say goodbye.
Bye. You come see me for lunch.
I will.
Love you.
Okay.
Okay.
Clara, this CT shows you have an infection in your small bowel, and the color is inflamed. Smells like
Hybrid cultures between us and the Sami.
seems to have formed an abscess, which means you
Hybrid
need surgery
culture
right
with
away.
them. These are the type of people we're going to be hybrid culturing with. The Sami?
No more
No.
surgery. I'm not being cut open again.
Okay,
No.
you just take a minute, take a few minutes, and I'll come back and we'll discuss.
Nobody knows where you might end up. Nobody knows.
What are the options? Can you give me drugs?
No, you need surgery. But it's a simple procedure. It all goes as planned.
Clean with the book on the front page, trying to listen to what I call the chump change when I come of age.
Those kids.
Well, worst case is we have to take out part of your colon and give you a colostomy bag.
Damn it.
A poo bag outside your body. My granddad had one of those. It was no, but it's a small possibility. No poo bag. No surgery. No.
The infection will kill you, Clara.
No.
No poo bag.
No more surgery. No.
Tried pain meds and treated polynephritis. Looks like it could be something more serious. So we did a CMG. You did a CMG for a UTI? Why would you even look for something?
Because we were out of ideas. The CMG was negative, so we went back to the hospital and our last results. So we need to get better look. If you could give us permission to get a 3D MRI, maybe just pop.
Chief, this kid's been in the ER 4 times in the last 3 weeks. Because the pain meds aren't working. Why can't we
$5,000. So that's how much either you or Dr. Ross will have to put up to cover that scan. Otherwise, you can come with me to my board meeting this afternoon and explain why you're running this hospital like it's a charity.
Dude, are you crying?
I have a throat issues.
Walk away from him.
Good.
do you get off killing my patients, Yang?
When you take it upon yourself to talk that girl out of a life-saving surgery, you're killing her.
I didn't talk. She had questions about the surgery. You left the room.
No, I left the room to give a very fragile, very distraught patient time and space to accept what's being asked of her. Then, and only then, when I've discussed the possible risks with, I'm certain, more tact and sensitivity than you've ever displayed in all the time that I've known you. She asked you. No, I don't care what she asked you. And if she asked you anything else, your only answer will be, let me ask my attendant.
These are good. They sell these in cafeteria?
No.
No. It's in the cancer box.
Why do cancer people get all of them?
How do you feel, Liz? Not looking forward to the drama that's about to happen. I feel okay. I feel good. It was not some sort of rampage. I think it's post-traumatic stress disorder. She's not doing anything. You sound like Owen Shrink.
Owen Shrink is withholding sex. So she is grumpy and inappropriate.
You're doing that too. Withholding sex.
Why don't you withhold sex?
Alex is
France is east and west with Lotharingia in between. Oh wow. I can technically found me a new empire. I just need more prestige and money. But I have all the land I need. Hmm. Black forces, the black forces, the black bulls in the game like dark forces can't force it. My blade gonna cut through your body. We sell all your organs. Black market. Messing with the fam, you acquire the target. Darkest realm where I'm sending your daily departed. Usually I'm chilling, but the demons have gotten me started. One clean cut with the blade and the hilt scarlet. It costs prestige to declare war. I just kind of want to unify the land so that when I have an empire, there's not blotches in it where I didn't have land, but it's kind of vanity. I don't need it. I need time. I just need to let the things tick over. Should probably just wait. Maybe I'll make one more duchy. Otherwise, I can have the people in my empire take over these little bitty pieces of land. Smaland. Now I just need money. Which I'll get with time. As long as I don't really go anywhere and do anything. Let's place my men-at-arms in station. Don't need any more prestige. So I could increase the size one more time. Bondi! Bitch can't even kill me because I'm risen from the dead. Don't even know how to use your bound guy. Claiming the book on the front page, turn a loser to a winner called a chump change. When I come of age, I'm hurricane, red cloud like a mist on a blood stain on the uptake. I'm gonna be top of the leaf. In the lead. Full victory. Cancel the beat. That's hickory, hickory, dickory, dock. Just converting someone. Rostocks. Why say it right here? Mainland. I'm going non-stop because I'm unlocked with my chakra flow no shackles. Sasuke's run up like a non-stop and I hit him hard like the Aoi battle. No, I'm gonna be okay. These sensei say I'm gonna be so great. These sensei say it's my DNA, like a preordained, like a KIA. As I pave the way, and I make my way through the darkness. Save the day. No, is they okay? Keep it fresh like Uchi Rocket Ramen. This guy's beating the culture out of them, turning them into Norse. Chiefdom of Botan. Okay, getting that Sami out of him. Bitch can't even kill me because I'm rising from the dead. don't even know how to use your Bankai. Dropping these facts like I'm dropping the meteors. Call the Espada, they want a new leader. You look like a substitute teacher. I guess it makes sense you get beat by a substitute reaper. Put a bigger hole through your chest and gain when it spit flames like a Matarasu. You're claiming you plan everything from the start, so Aizen, you plan out this loss too? He is my marshal is doing control. There's a control problem in the Empire. Vester Ogther. It's down on the tip of the penis of Europe. I don't think they have a control problem. I think you're pretty good there. We can move you and have you do something else. Yep. Tip of the penis. We don't need that. Bitch can't even kill me because I'm rising from the dead and you don't even know how to use your Bankai. Dropping these facts like I'm dropping the meteors. Call the Espada. They want a new leader. You look like a substitute teacher. I guess it makes sense you get beat by a substitute reaper. Look at all the red. That's where you need to go, Marshall. Go do some red. I'm more worried about the mainland leaving than I am about the Sami at the top forming some sort of tribal resistance. Who cares? But these guys might actually go Polish or go German or go Dutch. You gotta keep them in the north. Your marshal's current task will be aborted. Send him to increase the control of Shizetsu or something. Spy Master is 25. Disrupting schemes, that's gonna keep me alive, man. I just gotta make it to the Empire has enough gold to be formed. But plenty of taxes coming in. Everything's good. We just need to wait, really. Above almost anything, I just need to wait. I do not want to build a hybrid culture with the Sami. You could form a hybrid culture with this culture. If the cultural acceptance is high enough and your culture is more than 50 years old, this means you will create a new culture, which, with parts of both your culture and the other culture, you can gain cultural acceptance by gaining countries of this culture with the character of the culture. Granting countries of this culture to characters with this culture, I see. Using the promote cultural acceptance consular task, increasing cultural intermingling. No. Having vassals of this culture. If you have high enough cultural acceptance and are at least one country with the culture in your realm, you can form hybrid. But we will not be doing that. Not with Sami. They're communal. Balto-Finnic. Winter warriors. The culture is used to the realities of the harsh winds and the bitter cold. Winter soldiers more common. Commander traits and personalities have extra winter bonuses. Gain a dedication to recruit winter commanders. Forest wardens. Our ancestors have lived in these forests for generations, but now they are under threat by outsiders. Centuries of accumulated experience fighting in the forest will aid us in protecting our ancestral homeland. Adaptive skirmishers. This culture is known for effectively field skirmishers in any environment. It's interesting. It's actually good. Eradicate. Eradicate the Sami. Forming a hybrid culture has a number of benefits. You'll be able to choose new cultural pillars and traditions from either of the parent culture. You'll have new culture. Your new culture will inherit all innovations from both parent cultures. Hello. Now I see why that's really good. Your new culture will have a high cultural acceptance with the parent culture. Sure. Hybrid cultures can convert to lands of its parent culture much faster for some years after forming. To get it started, when you first form, you can go to your parent culture land and switch them over to the new culture, hybrid culture. We're basically Norse, but we still respect the Sami and their holidays and clothes and music. Ah. I mean, I think they're fine, but my God, can we get them to turn down the music? Oh my gosh. My bag popped in and I was just like, oh, okay, I guess I'm good to go then. Kinda done. Call the Espada, they want a new leader. That's fun, you play new games. Playing games like an arcade. People like put the guys put this way, put the spirits under the seats, and IRS easy knowing that making all of y'all apparitions is just a flip of my pinky. I'll leave you thinking you a custom. Yeah, no, they must be tweaking. I'm in the league for a B for a reason. The letter B is for beating. Your chances of winning are fleeting. Retreating is what you be needing. Ain't nothing changed but the seasons. Whew. Man, I'm aging like a fine wine, only getting better with time. Been mastermind like I'm King Kai. Do we have a personal deity? It's Freya, right? Or is it Odin? Or is it Thor? Order mass eviction. Scrape the barrel. Hello. Little pups, you see I'm a big dog like Marmaduke. You easy pickings. Improved offense. Devotee of Uller. Oh, okay. The character is favored god by Uller, a god of war and honor. Ever heard of it, or you just only value money? Martial +3. Movement speed in provinces affected by weather +50%. Hello. We're really fast moving in land with weather. Advantage in province in weather +2 for every night. Oh my god. We're a holy warrior. Burning with righteous fervor, Halalder will not rest until all heathens are defeated. Okay. Let's scrape the barrel. You will recruit a lone-born. Fill random court position. Oh, that's not what I thought that was. You were gonna go find me some money from somewhere from the barrel. Okay, well, not that then. Maybe we go on a hunt or something. Hold a great plot. Build a rune stone. Drop in the fat feast. Oh, this is a lot of money. It would be nice to bud though. It's just, it keeps me out of war. Everybody has to travel, which brings us all together. It's going to take a long time. Might be better if I just did nothing. And do that after the Empire's formed. Do all this after the Empire's formed. Dropping these facts like I'm dropping these meteors. Call the Espada. They want a new leader. You look like a substitute teacher. I guess it makes sense you get beat by a substitute reaper. Hi, Chiefess. It's your wife. Carillion. Ukansuko. That's their religion. Oh, she's gay. Sturdy and healthy. Ransom. For a hook? No. I could take her as a concubine. I really think let's kill her. Let's kill her. You should move on, man. Sacrifice. Dread 6. Gain 250 piety. Her faith is considered evil, allowing us to execute her without being viewed as a tyrant. Chucklebolt 1,000 hard days. 12-year-old girl in prison. Rational antagonist. Maybe that's my personality. Rational antagonist. No. Why would Derek withhold sex? Alex is withholding everything. Is that better? Chakra bolts, 1,000 hard days. Konohana's under attack. I can't stand that. I gotta save the woman that I love from a madman, sacrificing our lives. That was always our plan. Putting my son in the beast with the yin and the yang. Putting my beast in the sun.
Thought it a little bit. I had a plan, and I don't think that's the right way to go into any interview. My strong sense, having done a lot of them for a long time, is that it's better to know what you think, to say, you know, as much as you can honestly, so you don't get confused by your own lies, and just to be yourself. And I thought that he went into it like an over-prepared student, and I kept thinking, why is he nervous? But you know, I guess because he thought a lot of people were going to see it. But he was also probably prepared to give you a full lesson in history, as he did. Well, I was totally shocked by that, and very annoyed, because I thought he was filibustering. I thought he would. I mean, I asked him, as I usually do, the most obvious, dumbest question ever, which is, you know, why'd you do this? And he had said in a speech that I think is worth reading. I don't speak Russian, so I haven't heard it in the original, but he had said at the moment of the beginning of the war, he had given this address to
Did you guys watch this? It took me like 8 hours to get through this. I couldn't believe I was there was a few times I was just blown against the wall. It's just a complete jaw on the ground. The denazification of the occupied territories of Ukraine. And Tucker's like, well, what do you mean by that? And he means I'm gonna prosecute it at a legislative level. We're gonna get rid of them, Tucker. How can you get rid of an idea, Mr. President? We're going to prosecute. We're going to make it criminal, obviously. Okay. He said we cannot. Any country that harbors Nazis is asking to be invaded. It was the George Bush card. If you're harboring terrorists, I don't give a fuck about your sovereignty. We're coming in and we're gonna overthrow you and we're gonna kill all the terrorists. He said that he made that move with Nazis.
Will preemptively attack us. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I can't
Holy shit.
fear rooted in reality or one rooted in paranoia. But I thought, well, that's an answer right there. And so I alluded to that in my question, and rather than answering it, he went off on this long, from my perspective, kind of tiresome, sort of greatest hits of Russian history, and the implication, I thought, was, well, Ukraine is ours, or Eastern Ukraine is ours already. And I thought he was doing that to avoid answering the question. So, the last thing you want when you're interviewing someone is to get rolled. And I didn't want to be rolled, so I, a couple of times, interrupted him politely, I thought. But he wasn't having it.
Yeah, must have said it. I don't know. In the first 45 minutes of the interview, is Tucker asking the same question 5 or 6 or 7 times, and it being like, "Is this serious? Is this a talk show? Or are you serious? If you're serious, then shut the fuck up and let me tell you about 1888 or 888 when the Viking king came over to Kiev and tell us all about it." I didn't know any of it. All that history to me was completely. He's like, I brought the evidence. I can show you when you guys bombed the Donbass. I have all this historical documentation of what I'm talking about, but I have to go way back. We got to start 1,500 years ago to tell this story. And yeah, the implication I thought was, well, yeah, what he's saying is Ukraine was always Russian, and it always will be, and where the border is today or yesterday is moot, because these wounds will heal, and our people will come back together. He said it was a Russian civil war, basically. Both sides of the people fighting speak Russian, so it's Russian civil war.
I think the Western audience, the global audience, has a right to know more about the guy, and so just let him talk. Because it's not, I don't feel like my reputation's on the line.
Yeah.
People have already drawn conclusions about me, I suppose, to the extent they have. I'm not interested really in those conclusions anyway. So just let him talk. And so I calmed down and just let him talk, and in retrospect, I thought that was really, really interesting. Whether you agree with it or not, or whether you think it's relevant to the war in Ukraine or not, that was his answer. And so it's inherently significant.
Well, you said he was nervous. Were you nervous? Were you afraid? This is Vladimir Putin.
I wasn't afraid at all. I wasn't nervous at all.
Did you drink tea beforehand?
No, I did my normal regimen of nicotine pouches and coffee. No, I'm not a tea drinker. I tried not to eat, all the sweets they put in front of us, which is that is my weakness, is eating crap. But you eat a lot of sugar, as you know, before an interview, and it does dull you. So I successfully resisted that. But I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous the whole time I was there. Why would I be?
The sugar.
I'm 54. My kids are grown. I believe in God. I'm almost never nervous. But no, I wasn't nervous. I was just interested. I couldn't. I'm interested in Soviet history. I studied it in college. I've read about it my entire life.
My kids are grown. I believe in God. I'm never nervous, really. I'm 50. Nothing to be nervous about. Interesting. Well, the thing I would be nervous about, Tucker, would be dying or getting killed by KGB. I think was, well, my kids are fine, and I believe in God. Okay, but what about the Russians? What about the Russian spies? That didn't make you nervous?
I'm 54. My kids are grown.
Okay.
I'm almost never nervous.
I'm fine.
No, I wasn't nervous. I was just interested. I couldn't. I'm interested in Soviet history. I studied it in college. I've read about it my entire life.
Me too. What the hell happened? Revolution already happened.
So for me, I was just blown away by that. I thought I knew a lot about Russia. It turns out I knew a lot about the Soviet period, the 1937 purge trials, the famine in Ukraine. I knew a fair amount about that, but I really knew nothing about Russia. Less than I thought I did, it turns I was just blown away by where we were, and that's kind of one of the main drivers at this stage in my life. That's why I do what I do, is because I'm interested in stuff, and I want to see as much as I can and try and draw conclusions from it to the extent I can. So I was very much caught up in that. No, I wasn't nervous. I didn't think he was going to like kill me or something, and I'm not particularly afraid of that anyway. So
Not afraid of dying.
not really. No. I mean, again, it's it's an age and stage in life.
What's there to be afraid of?
I mean, I've 4 children, so there were times when they were little where I was terrified of dying, because if I died, it would have huge consequences. But no, I mean, at this point, I don't want to die. I'm really enjoying my life, but I've been with the same girl for 40 years, and I have 4 children who I'm extremely close to. Well, now 5, a daughter-in-law, and I love them all. I'm really close to them. I tell them I love them every day. I've had a really interesting life.
What was the goal? Just lingering on that. What was the goal for you? Like, how were you thinking about it? What would success be like?
Thank you, Lex, for pulling us back to what we're. Who gives a shit about your kids? Oh my God, Tucker.
I have really strong feelings about.
It's like I'm a good man. I'm a good family man.
Happening not just in Ukraine or Russia, but around the world. I think the world is resetting to the grave disadvantage of the United States. I don't think most Americans are aware of that out loud. And so that's my view. I've stated it many times because it's sincere. But my goal was to have more information brought to the West so people could make their own decisions about whether this is a good idea. I mean, I guess I reject the whole premise of the war in Ukraine from the American perspective, which is, a tiny group of dumb people in Washington has decided to do this for reasons they won't really explain, and you don't have a role in it at all as an American citizen, as the person who's paying for it, whose children might be drafted to fight it, to shut up and obey. I just reject that completely. I guess I'm a child of a different era. I'm a child of participatory democracy to some extent, where your opinion as a citizen is not irrelevant. And so I'm just...
You're good with the Middle East wars, right? Tucker?
It's starting to drive me crazy. And
It's just
said,
these
and I will say again, I'm not an
European
expert
wars.
of the region, or really any region other than, say, Western Maine. I just don't, I'm not Russian. And, but it was obvious to me that we were being lied to in ways that were just, it was crazy, the scale of the lies. And I'll give you one example. The idea that Ukraine would inevitably win this war. Now, victory is never, as it never is, defined precisely. Nothing's ever defined precisely.
My fear was escalation. That just doesn't feel like that's the fear, or that's a relevant fear now, or that's gonna happen now. But when we were doing this at the beginning, we're counting down their missiles, and we'll give them. I guess we'll give them a little bit of. Yeah, give them tanks. Give them. Well, maybe planes. Yeah, give them planes though. Maybe missiles. Yeah, give them missiles too. Yeah. But I don't think that they are going to escalate. I think we're kind of done. But we'll see. How's the war in Ukraine going? Comment down below.
For the 5th time, I'm not an expert on Russia or Ukraine. I just look at Wikipedia. Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million. It has much deeper industrial capacity, more material capacity.
Look at the map.
Combined. For example, Russia is turning out artillery shells, which are significant in ground, at a ratio of 7 to 1 compared to all NATO countries combined.
But that's old weapons, but it's very effective, I guess. In these long
all of Europe combined? What? That's an amazing fact, and it turns out to be a really significant fact.
Stalemate wars.
But if you ask your average person in this country, even a fairly well-informed person of good faith who's just trying to understand what's going on, who's going to win this war? Well, Ukraine's going to win. They're on the right side. And they think that because our media, who really just do serve the interests of the U.S. government, period, they are state media in that sense, have told him that for over 2 years. And I was in Hungary last summer talking to the Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, who's whatever you think of, was a very smart guy. Very smart guy. Like smart on a scale that we're not used to in our leaders. And I said to him off camera, so is Ukraine going to win? And he looked at me like I was deranged, like I was congenitally deficient. Are they going to win? No, of course they can't win. It's tiny compared to Russia. Russia has a wartime economy. Ukraine doesn't really have an economy. Look at the populations. He was like, looked at me like I was stupid. And I said to him, I think most Americans believe that because NBC News and CNN and all the news channels, all of them, tell them that because it's framed exclusively in moral terms and it's Churchill versus Hitler, and of course Churchill's going to prevail in the end. And it's just so dishonest that it doesn't even matter what I want to happen.
Damn.
What ought to happen. That's a distortion of what is happening. And if I have any job at all, which I sort of don't actually at this point, but if I do have a job, it's to just try to be honest. And that's a lie.
There is a more nuanced discussion about what winning might look like. You're right, a nuanced discussion is not being had, but it is possible for Ukraine to quote-unquote win with the help of the United States.
I guess that conversation needs to begin by defining terms. And the key term is win. What does that mean?
Peace.
Peace! That's what winning means. Peace! A ceasefire! Okay. Well, like, what does it mean, Lex? But, like, when do we win? When do we get the peace in the ceasefire? Who owns which land? I need all that land that we lost in the war back before we can declare peace. We're losing! That's why we can't declare peace, because we have to go win all the land we lost back. That's what winning means. It means we can't lose. Which we are losing. So we can't declare peace. We have to win before we declare peace.
Terms. And the key term is win. What does that mean? Peace.
Lex.
Who owns which land?
Yes.
Coming to the table with, as you call, the parent, the United States.
Yes.
Putting leverage on the negotiation to make sure there's a fairness.
Amen.
Fairness.
Of course, and I should just restate this. I am not emotionally involved in this. I'm American in every sense, and my only interest is in America. I'm not leaving, ever. And so I'm looking at this purely from our perspective. What's good for us? But also as a human being, as a Christian, I mean, I hate war, and anybody who doesn't hate war...
The Russians are Christians! Why do we hate them? We're all Christians! This is Tucker's argument for why are we fighting Russians?
It's not being completely destroyed to be eaten up by BlackRock or whatever comes next for them. So, yeah, we were close to that a year and a half ago, and the Biden administration dispatched Boris Johnson,
Boris Johnson to Ukraine.
And to say to Zelensky, who I feel sorry for, by the way, because he's caught between these forces that are bigger than he is, to say, no, you cannot come to any terms with Russia. And the result of that has not been a Ukrainian victory. It's just been more dead Ukrainians and a lot of profit for the West. It's a moral crime, in my opinion. And I tried to ask Boris Johnson about it because why wouldn't I? After he denounced me as a tool of the Kremlin or something. And he demanded $1 million to talk to me. And this just happened last week. And by the way,
speaking fees.
I'm not making this.
Just for the record, you demanded $1 million from me to talk to me today.
And you paid. Just kidding, but and I said to his guy, I said, I just interviewed Putin, who was widely recognized as a bad guy.
Is that a joke?
And he did it for free. He didn't demand $1 million. He wasn't in this for profit. Like, are you telling me that Boris Johnson is sleazier than Vladimir Putin? And of course, that is the message. And so I guess.
Well, it's just our ethos is transactional. Right? Everything we do is for money. So that's how we speak. If it's not for money. So we project ourselves and through the world so that you understand us. Right? It's like I'm playing who you think I am.
That is the message.
giving you what you think I am,
I guess
right?
these are really, it's not just about Boris Johnson being a sad, rapacious fraud, which he is, obviously, but it's about, like, the future of the West and the future of Ukraine, this country that purportedly we care so much about. All these people are dying, and, like, what is the end game? It's also deranged that I didn't imagine and don't imagine that I could, like, add anything very meaningful to the conversation because I'm not a genius, okay? But I felt like I could, at the very least, puncture some of the lies, and that's an inherent good.
Vladimir Putin, after the interview, said that he wasn't fully satisfied because you weren't aggressive enough. You didn't ask sharp enough questions. First of all, what do you think about him saying that?
I don't even understand it. I guess it does seem like the one Putin statement that Western media take at face value. Everything else Putin says is a lie, except his criticism of me, which is true. But, I mean, I have no idea what he meant by that. I can only tell you what my goal was, as I've suggested, was not to make it about me. I watched, he hasn't done any interviews of any kind for years. But the last interview he did with an English-speaking reporter, Western media reporter, was like many of the other interviews he'd done with Western media reporters. Mike Wallace's son did an interview with him that was of the same variety, and it was all about him. I'm a good person, you're a bad person. And I just feel like that's the most tiresome, fruitless kind of interview. It's not about me. I don't think I'm an especially good person. I've definitely never claimed to be. But people can make their own judgments. And again, the only judgments that I care about are...
A lot of Tucker's arguments for why Putin should or shouldn't end the war, what he's doing, were moral arguments, though. He wasn't saying you're doing this because of land or resources or ideology. It was like, because you're helping people, because you're doing the right thing, because you're being a good person, because you're helping the Russians, because you're... They were talking on those grounds when they were talking about the war in Ukraine, and I found it very surprising. But Tucker's right. It wasn't about, like, I'm a better person than you, but it was about who is a good person and who is a bad person. We were talking about ethics.
I'm a good person, you're a bad person. And I just feel like that's the most tiresome, fruitless kind of interview. It's not about me. I don't think I'm an especially good person. I've definitely never claimed to be. But people can make their own judgments. And again, the only judgments that I care about are my wife and children and God. So I'm just not interested in proving I'm a good person. And I just want to hear from him. And I had a lot of, you should see, I almost never write questions down, but I did in this case because I had months, I had 3 years to think about it as I was trying to book the interview, which I did myself. But it was all about internal Russian politics and Navalny, and I had a lot of, I thought, really good questions. And then at the last second, and you make these decisions, as you know, since you interview people a lot, often you make them on the fly, and I thought, no, I want to talk about the things that haven't been talked about and that I think matter in a world historic sense. And the number one among those, of course, is the war and what it means for the world. And so I stuck to that. I did ask about Dershkovich, who I felt sorry for, and I wanted Putin to release him to me, and I was offended that he didn't. I thought his rationale was absurd. Well, we want to trade him for someone. I said, well, doesn't that make him a hostage? Which of course it does. But other than that, I really wanted to keep it to the things that I think matter most. People can judge whether I did a good job or not, but that was my decision.
Did you think Tucker did a good job with the interview? He's very respectful. He pressed on the questions he wanted answered, whether he got the answer or not. There was a couple tangents, but then he'd go right back to what he wanted to talk about. He was very conscientious of time and the types of things that he was saying. It wasn't just like 2 hours of say whatever you want. He was asking very specific questions, and even if he did tangent a couple times, he pulled himself back to the topic. I think he did a really good job. I don't know if he got what he wanted, but as far as interviewing a authoritarian president of a foreign country who could kill you, I think he did a pretty good job.
That was my decision. In the moment, what was your gut? Did you want to ask some tough questions as follow-ups on certain topics? Know what it would mean to ask a tough question, clarifying questions. I suppose they would. I guess I just wanted him to talk. You know, I just wanted to hear his perspective. Again, I've probably asked more asshole questions than like any living American. You know, I'm as has been noted correctly, I'm a dick by my nature, and so I don't. I just feel at this stage of my life I didn't need to prove that I could. Like, let him answer the question. Sure. You know, I think if
I don't need to gotcha this guy. I've gotcha. I could do that in my sleep. That wasn't what I just wanted to hear what he thought.
No, I just there's a war going on that is wrecking the U.S. economy in a way and at a scale people do not understand. The U.S. dollar is going away. That was, of course, inevitable ultimately because everything dies, including currencies. But that death, that process of death, has been accelerated exponentially by the behavior of the Biden administration and the U.S. Congress, particularly the sanctions. And people don't understand what the ramifications of that are. The ramifications are poverty in the United States. Okay, so I just wanted to get to that because I'm coming at this from not a global perspective. I'm coming at it from an American perspective.
That's when I believe the window for everyday people to get in on the AI 2.0 super boom.
AI 2.0 Super Boom.
So you mentioned Navalny.
Playing games like an arcade.
Navalny died in prison.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on, just at a high level first, about his death?
It's awful. I mean, imagine dying in prison. You know, I've thought about it a lot. I've known a lot of people in prison, a lot, including some very good friends of mine.
Where are you gonna die, Tucker?
So I felt instantly sad about it.
Surrounded by my friends and family.
I don't know any more than that.
I think that's what he means.
I laugh at,
Dying alone.
sort of resent, but mostly find amusing the claims by American politicians who really are the dumbest politicians in the world, actually. You know, this happened, and here's what it means. And it's like, actually, as a factual matter, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We have no freaking idea what happened. We can say, and I did say, and I will say again, I don't think you should put opposition figures in prison. I really don't. I don't. Period. It happens a lot around the world. It happens in this country, as you know, and I'm against all of it. But do we know how he died? The short answer, no.
You take over your country. There's opposition leaders around. What do? You kill them. No, you don't kill him. You jail him. Why? Why do you jail the opposition leaders? Just kill them. No opposition. One party rule. Everything's fine. Well, let's jail the leaders. If they're opposition, we'll jail them. Why? There's a reason. Leaders get jailed. They don't kill the leaders. Stasi. The Stasi. There are 3 agents for 1 opposition leader. What are they doing? Why don't you just kill him? Why don't you shoot him in the leg? He's down. You've won. Now let's fuck up his life. Let's fuck up his life. Let's get him so distracted in personal matters that he doesn't have time for political opposition. Leadership. What are they doing? If that doesn't work, just jail him. Just get them out of here. Just get them out of the society. Just kill him. No, don't kill him. Well, it's obvious why you would jail opposition leader, right? It's obvious why you would. What to me is not obvious is why you wouldn't just kill him. I'm Putin. Opposition leadership over here. Opposition leader over here. What are we gonna do? We're gonna shoot him in the head. No, we're gonna jail him. What the fuck?
You know, I'm in Russia, and
Back to Navalny.
so you mentioned Navalny. After you left, Navalny died in prison. Yeah. What are your thoughts on, just at a high level first, about his death? It's awful. I mean, imagine dying in prison. You know, I've thought about it a lot. I've known a lot of people in prison, a lot, including some very good friends of mine. So I felt instantly sad about it. From a geopolitical perspective, I don't know any more than that, and I laugh at and sort of resent, but mostly find amusing, the claims by American politicians, who only are the dumbest politicians in the world, actually. You know, this happened, and here's what it means.
Our leaders are stupid.
As a factual matter, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We have no freaking idea what happened. We can say, and I did say, and I will say again, I don't think you should put opposition figures in prison. I don't. Period. It happens a lot around the world. It happens in this country, as you know, and I'm against all of it. But do we know how he died? The short answer, no, we don't. Now, if I had to guess, I would say killing Navalny during the Munich Security Conference, in the middle of a debate over $60 billion in Ukraine funding? Maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all. You know, I don't see it, but maybe they killed him. I mean, they certainly put him in prison, which I'm against. But here's what I do know, is that we don't know. And so when Chuck Schumer stands up and Joe Biden reads some card in front of him with lines about Navalny, it's like, I'm allowed to laugh at that because it's absurd. You don't know.
There's a lot of interesting ideas about if he was killed, who killed him.
Yeah.
Because it could be Putin, it could be somebody in Russia who's not Putin.
Yep.
It could be Ukrainians, because it would benefit the war.
They killed Dugin's daughter in Moscow. So, yeah, it's possible.
And it could be, I mean, the United States could also be involved.
I don't think we kill people in other countries to affect election outcomes. Oh, wait. No, we do it a lot and have for 80 years, and it's shameful. I can say that as an American because it's my money and my name. Yeah, I'm really offended by that. And I never thought that was true. And I spent, again, I'm much older than you, and so I spent my worldview was defined by the Cold War. And very much in the house I lived in Georgetown, Washington, D.C., you know, that's what we talked about. And and the left at the time, you know, I don't know, the wacko MIT professor who I never had any respect for, you've interviewed, etc. Like the hard left was always saying, oh, the United States government is interfering in other elections, and I just dismissed that completely out of hand as stupid and actually a slander against my country. But it turned out to all be true, or substantially true anyway. And that's been a real shock for me in middle age to understand that. But anyway, as to Navalny, look, I don't know.
We were the good guys.
We should always
the left criticizing us for doing all these coups and undermining the sovereignties of other countries, like they were slandering us. But the truth is, they were right. They were right. But at the time, I was thinking my worldview was defined by the Cold War. I was thinking the left is MIT professor, some radical fucking crazy person I had no respect for. But they were right about our foreign policy and the way our intelligence agency undermines people's sovereignty. Yeah, right.
It's been a real shock for me in middle age to understand. But anyway, as to Navalny, look, I don't know. But we should always proceed on the basis of what we do know, which is to say on the basis of truth, knowable truth. And if you have an entire policy-making apparatus that is making the biggest decisions on the face of the planet on the basis of things that are bullshit or lies, you're going to get bad outcomes every time.
every time, and that's why we are where we are.
Does it bother you that basically the most famous opposition figure in Russia is sitting in prison?
Well, of course it does. Of course it bothers me. I mean, it bothered me when I got there. It bothers me now. I was sad when he died. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the measures of, it's one of the basic measures of political freedom. Are you imprisoning people who oppose you? You know, are you imprisoning people who pose a physical risk to you? I mean, there's some subjective decision making involved in these things. However, big picture, yeah, if you have opposition leaders in jail, it's not a politically free society, and Russia isn't, obviously. And as I said, a friend of mine from childhood, an American, actually, who's a wonderful person, lives in Russia with Moscow with his Russian wife, and I had dinner with him. He's a very balanced guy, totally non-political person, and speaks Russian and loves his many Russian children and loves the culture. And there's a lot to love. The culture that produced Tolstoy. You know, it's not a gas station with nuclear weapons. Sorry, only a moron would say that. It's a very deep culture. I don't fully understand it, of course, but I admire it. Who wouldn't? But I asked him, what's it like living here? And he goes, it's great. Moscow is a great city, indisputably. He said, you don't want to get involved in Russian politics. And I said, what? He said, well, you could get hurt. You could wind up with involvement if you did. But also it's just too complicated. You know, the Russian mind is not exactly this. It's a Western, it's a European city. It's not quite European. And the way they think is very, very complex. Very complex. It's too complicated. Just don't get involved. And I would just say two things. One, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. But my strong sense is that Navalny's death, whoever did it, probably didn't have a lot to do with the coming election in Russia. My sense from talking to Putin and the people around him is they're not really focused on that. I mean, in fact, I asked one of his top advisors, when's the election? And she looked at me completely confused. She didn't know the date of the election. Okay. She's like, March? Okay. And I asked a bunch of other people just in Moscow.
They don't need to.
Who's Putin running against? Like nobody knew. So it's not a real election, right? In the sense that we would recognize at all. Second, I was really struck by so many things in Moscow and really deeply bothered by a lot of things that I saw there. But one thing I noticed was the total absence of cult of personality propaganda, which I expected to see and have seen around the world. Jordan, for example. I don't know if you've been to Georgia, but go to Jordan. In every building, there are pictures of the king and his extended family, and that's a sign of political insecurity. You know, you don't create a cult of personality unless you're politically insecure, and also unless you're worried about losing your grip on power. None of that.
You know, we're watching Nazis. We're watching Mao. We're watching Lenin. They're walking around in parades, holding up pictures of people. They're idolizing people. They're idolizing heroes. They're picking thought leaders, is what it looks like. Or maybe it's like the great general or the great war leader or the great unifier or whatever it is. Whatever they're saying, they're holding up pictures of portraits. Now, that does look like cult of personality. Where they're venerating like a dude. Like they're just really into like this one dude. They just like his personality? They think he's cool? What is the idolization here? What are you idolizing? It looks like a cult of personality. But it's unclear what it is. The Nazis, the Russians, and the communist Mao, Han Chinese, what the fuck ever, they're all doing this. Is it all cult of personality? The Kim Jong-un, they do have this like, put my portrait in your house. Say thank you, great leader, on the way out the door. Things like that. And yeah, I remember in my 20s thinking, well, this is a cult. And the Scientologists have taken over the country. And L. Ron Hubbard became the president. And he put his portrait in everybody's house, and they turned everybody into some sort of religious, political cult, and it's all centered around a guy. It's a cult. It's a cult of personality. Is it? It kind of looks like it if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but what do the Nazis and the communists have in common? Well, this cult of personality move. But I can't quite figure out why. How is that working so well? It's the great leader theory of history, or is it ideas? This is where we gotta go talk to Noah and his biological view of history. We have to start seeing things that way, or decide how we're going to see them. Who changes history? Is it an idea? Is it material conditions? Or is it a great leader? Oh my God, this Hitler is so charismatic. Mao is so good, is a pop idol. How is he a pop idol? It's so weird. Hannah Montana is a pop idol. Britney Spears is a pop idol. Kim is a pop idol. I mean, Trump is a celebrity. I don't know. Cult of personality.
Propaganda, which I expected to see and have seen around the world. Jordan, for example. I don't know if you've been to Jordan, but go to Jordan. In every building, there are pictures of the king and his extended family, and that's a sign of political insecurity. You know, you don't create a cult of personality unless you're.
Are you picking on Jordan specifically? Why Jordan?
It's interesting. I expected to see a lot of it.
My example was North Korea.
No, there are no statues of anybody other than like Christian saints. So that was like, I'm not quite sure. I'm just reporting what I saw.
Because they're Christians. They're Christians, guys. We're the same.
In the way that we would understand it, or I don't want to live there, okay? Because I like to say what I think. In fact, I make my living doing it. But it's not Stalinist in a recognizable way. And anyone who says it is should go there and tell me how.
I mean, this question about the freedom of the press is underlying the very fact of the interview you're having with him. Right. So you might not need to ask the Navalny question, but did you feel like, are there things I shouldn't say?
Paying your bills on time,
Yeah.
right? Wrong. This is the first of 3 major credit.
So I don't know what they're doing. This guy's a killer. I can't just say anything.
How honest you want me to be? I mean it when I say I felt not one twinge of concern for the 8 days that I was there. Maybe I just didn't. And I feel like I've got a pretty strong gut sense of
danger.
I make all my decisions based on how I feel, my instincts, and I didn't feel it at all. My lawyers, before I left, and these are people who work for a big law firm. This is not Bob's law firm. This is one of the biggest law firms in the world. Said you're going to get arrested if you do this by the U.S. government on sanctions violations. And I said, well, I don't recognize the legitimacy of that actually, because I'm American and I've lived here my whole life, and that's so outrageous that I'm happy
to face that
risk because I so reject the premise. Okay, I'm an American. I should be able to talk to anyone I want to, and I plan to exercise that freedom, which I think I was born with. And I gave them this long lecture. They were like, "We're just lawyers," but that was it was let me put it this way. I don't know how much you dealt with lawyers, but it cost many thousands of dollars to get a conclusion like that. Like they sent a whole bunch summer associates or whatever. They put a lot of people on this question, checked a lot of precedent, and I think they sent me a 10-page memo on it, and their sincere conclusion was, do not do this. And of course it made me mad, so I was lecturing on the phone, and I had another call with the head lawyer, and I was like, look, a lot will depend on the questions that you ask Putin. If you're seen as too nice to him, you could get arrested when you come back. And I was like, you're describing a fascist country, okay? You're saying that the U.S. government will arrest me if I don't ask the questions they want to ask? Is that what you're saying? Well, we just think based on what's happened that that's possible.
Wow.
I'm just telling you what happened.
So you were okay being arrested in Moscow?
I didn't think I was
arrested.
I didn't think for a second, maybe. I don't speak Russian. I'd never been there before. Everything about the culture was brand new to me. You know, ignorance does protect you, sort of, when you have no freaking idea what's going on. You're not worried about it. This has happened many times. There's a principle there that extends throughout life. So it's completely possible that I was in grave peril and didn't know it. Because, like, how would I know? You know, I'm like a bumbling English speaker from California. But, I didn't feel it at all.
But the lawyers did.
Yeah, I mean, it scared the crap out of people. You're gonna... look, and you have to pay in cash. They don't take credit cards because of sanctions, and you have to go through all these hoops, just procedural hoops, to go to Russia. Which I was willing to do because I wanted to interview Putin, because they told me I couldn't. But then there's another fact, which is that I was being surveilled by the U.S. government, intensely surveilled by the U.S. government. And this came out, they admitted it, NSA admitted it a couple of years ago, that they were up in my Signal account. And then they leaked it to the New York Times. They did that again before I left. And I know that because 2 New York Times reporters, one of whom I actually like a lot, said, oh, you're going, and called other people, oh, he's going to interview Putin. I hadn't told anybody that. Like, anybody. My wife, 2 producers, that's it. So they got that from the government. Then I'm over there, and of course I want to see Snowden, who I admire. And so we have a mutual friend, so I got his text and come on over, and Snowden does not want publicity at all. And so, but I really wanted to have dinner with him. So we had dinner in my hotel room at the Four Seasons in Moscow. And I tried to convince him, I'd love to do an interview, shoot on my iPhone. You know, I'd love to take a picture together and put it on the internet because I just want to show support, because I think he's been railroaded. He had no interest in living in Russia, no intention of being in Russia. The whole thing was about that. Anyway, whatever. All this stuff. And he just said, respectfully, I'd rather not anyone know that we met. Great. The only reason I'm telling you this is because, and I didn't tell anybody, and I didn't tell anybody. Okay, except him. Semaphore runs this piece saying, reporting information they got from the U.S. intel agencies, leaking against me using my money and my name in a supposedly free country. They run this piece saying I'd met with Snowden, like it was a crime or something. So again, my interest is in the United States, and preserving freedoms here, the ones that I grew up with. And if you have a media establishment that acts as an auxiliary of, or acts as employees of, the national security state, you don't have a free country. And that's where we are. And I'm not guessing, because I spent my entire life in that world. 33 years I worked in big news companies. And so I know how it works. I know the people involved in it. I could name them. Ben Smith of Semaphore, among many others. And I find that really objectionable. Not just on principle, either. In effect, in practice. I don't want to live in that kind of country. And people are like,
Smith,
they externalize all of their anxiety about this, I have noticed. So it's like, Russia's not free! Yeah, I know. No, neither's Burkina Faso. Like, most countries aren't free, actually, but we are. We're the United States, we're different. And that's my concern. Preserving that is my concern. And so they get so exercised about what's happening in other parts of the world, places they've never been, know nothing about. It's almost a way of ignoring what's happening in their own country right around them. I find it so strange and sad and weird.
So the NSA was tracking you? Do you think CIA was? Is people still tracking you?
Look, one of the things I did before I went, just because of the business I'm in, all of us are in, just because we live here, you know, we all have theories about secure communications channels. Like Signal is secure, Telegraph isn't, or WhatsApp is owned by Mark Zuckerberg. You can't trust this. Okay. So I thought, you know, before I go over here, I was getting all this
encryption.
We're having all these conversations.
That's what they're doing.
And I about this. And I decided, I'm just gonna actually find out what's going on. So I talked to two people who would know. And that's all I can say. And I hate to be like, oh, I talk to people who would know, but I can't do there. But I mean it. They would know. And both of them said exactly the same thing, which is, are you joking? Nothing is secure. Everything is monitored all the time. If state actors are involved, I mean, you can keep the, whatever, the Malaysian mafia from reading your text, probably. You cannot keep the big intel services from reading your text. It's not possible. Any of them, or listening to your calls. So, and that was the firm conclusion of people who've been involved in it, for a long time, decades, in both cases. So I just thought, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I'm not sending a ton of naked pictures of myself to anybody.
Not a ton, just
not. I'm 54, dude. Probably not too many. But so I'm like, I'm just so. The guys travel with 3 people I work with who I love, who I've been around the world with for many years, and I know them really, really well. And they all got, separate phones, and I blew the other phone back in New York or whatever. And I just decided I don't care, actually. And I resent having no privacy, because privacy is a prerequisite for freedom. But I can't change it, and so I have the same surveilled cell phone. And I do switch them out because, there it is, because if you have too much spyware on your phone, this is true, it wrecks the battery. And, no, I'm serious, it does. And it was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I went to North Korea, and my phone started acting crazy. And so I talked to someone on the National Security Council who actually taught me this. Somehow knew that your phone is being surveilled by the South Korean government. I was like, I like the South Korean government. Why would they do that? Because they want more information. So, but I could tell because all of a sudden the thing would just drain in like 45 minutes. So that's a downside.
Are you tired of keeping your partner up with loud snores? Do you feel exhausted and fuzzy-headed every morning? It turns out...
So you keep switching phones, getting new phones for the battery life.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to do it. I'm kind of flinty Yankee type in some ways, so I don't like to spend $1,000 with a freaking Apple Corporation too often. But yeah, I do.
I mean, you say it lightly, but it's really troublesome that you as a journalist would be tracked.
Well, they leaked it to Semaphore, and they leaked it to the New York Times. Look, I would even put up, well, there's nothing I can do, so I have to put up with everything, okay? But I would probably not be actively angry about being surveilled.
If you're going to surveil your own people, we're already doing it. It's called the NSA. If we're already doing it, who would you surveil? I mean, I remember this with Obama tapped Trump Tower. Remember this? I can't believe he did that. Trump says, American citizen. You can't just do that. And they said, well, he's talking to Russians. So we're tapping the Russians, and then Trump calls, so we get him on the phone. He's calling... when you're talking to a foreigner, then I can tap you. I remember this with Bush, and we have to tap the mosques because we can't just let the Muslims be planning terrorism in the mosques. If it's on American soil, we'll be tapping it. I remember that. But if we're already doing it, and we have the capabilities, and we're thinking about security, who would you tap? Well, you tap these fucking loudmouths. How's he getting his information? He just goes up on the news or writes headline or this just in or breaking. And he just tells all her fucking secrets. How did he get that knowledge? You're gonna follow through. You're gonna find out who's the source to the reporter. That makes not a ton of sense. That's very obvious. Lex is like, this is problematic. Where you live, what about the fourth estate. This is not okay. Of course, but it's too late. We're already surveilling everybody.
I do. I mean, you say it lightly, but it's really troublesome.
So of course they're not gonna surveil the dentist. Though maybe they should.
And they leaked it to the New York Times. Look, I would even put up, well, there's nothing I can do, so I have to put up with everything, okay? But I would probably not be actively angry about being surveilled because I'm just so old and I actually do pay my taxes, sleeping with the makeup artist or whatever. So
You have nothing to hide.
the fact that they are leaking against me, that the intel services in the United States are actively engaged in U.S. politics and media,
John.
is so unacceptable. That makes democracy impossible. There's no defense of that, and yet NBC News, Ken Delanian, and the rest will defend it. And it's like, and not just on NBC News, by the way, on the supposedly conservative channels too, they will defend it. And there's no defending that. You can't have democracy if the intel services are tampering in elections and information, period.
So you had no fear. You know, your lawyer said, be careful which questions you ask.
Our democracy is already crazy illegitimate. Crazy illegitimate. That's the thing he's worried about? Democracy? Privacy and freedom. Oh, okay. Yeah, in the context of I talked to the Russian leader, and they don't have either of those things over there, and they certainly don't have political free speech, which is what I make my entire living off of, is my political views. That I understand. Democracy? That we don't really. That's barely even there at all, anyway.
And it's like, and not just on NBC News, by the way, on the supposedly conservative channels too, they will defend it. And there's no defending that. You can't have democracy if the intel services are tampering in elections and information, period.
So you had no fear. You know, your lawyer said, be careful which questions you ask. You said, I don't have.
Well, the lawyer said, no, he said very specifically, if, you know, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you know, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has, like, control over my questions when I ask the wrong question? Like, how are you better than Putin if that's true? And by the way, that's just what the lawyer said, but I can't overstate. One of the biggest law firms in the United States, smart lawyers who've used for years. So I was really.
You said leaders kill, leaders die.
I don't believe in leaders. It's like this whole, like, oh, Zelensky's Jesus and Putin's Satan. It's like, no, they're all leaders of countries, okay? Like, grow up a little bit, you child. Have you ever met a leader? Like, all of the. First of all, anyone who seeks power is damaged morally, in my opinion. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or weapon.
This might be our Christian bias. If you want to be the leader, you're already off the. You're not moral because you're seeking power. I don't think that's Machiavelli, but I do think that's Christian.
Like, grow up a little bit, you child. Have you ever met a leader? Like, all of the. First of all, anyone who seeks power is damaged morally, in my opinion. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or wealth for its own sake and remain a decent person. That's just true. So there aren't.
From a Christian standpoint, I think it's what he's saying. Because I used to think this too, or still do think this. If you're in it for power's sake, if you want power for power's sake, you're corrupt. If you're a bad person. If you want money for money's sake, you're a bad person. Whatever that means, whoever cares. But that's what I think of you. I think you're bad.
Like really virtuous billionaires, and there aren't any really virtuous world leaders. You have grades of virtue. Some are better than others, for sure. But, I mean, in other words, Zelensky may be better than Putin. I'm open to that possibility. But to claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous, it's like...
It's cartoonish.
You're revealing that
Characterization.
you don't know anything about how the world actually is, or what reality is.
It makes it seem like cage deathmatch or something. All right, you know, Dragon Ball Z. We're gonna put him in. We'll have him fight for the planet.
That's quite a realistic.
Zelensky versus Putin, the men, not the countries, not the people in the countries, but like these two guys are gonna fight it out.
Starting to run on the treadmill again.
It's cartoonish.
There's a spectrum, absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not. And our task is to figure out where in the spectrum they lie. And the leader's task is to confuse us and convince us they're one of the good guys. But I actually reject even that formulation. I don't think it's always about the leaders. I mean, of course, the leaders make the difference. A good leader has a healthy country, and a bad leader has.
I mean, the leader's job is to unify and to present a narrative, a story, a map of meaning, you might say. That everybody kind of understands, oh, this is who we are, this is why we're doing this is why we're killing the neighboring tribe, this is why the Russians are our enemy. It doesn't have to be, we're good people, they're bad people. That's not what and he's tricking us into thinking that we're good people when we're bad people. I reject Alexis. That's not it at all. The leader's job is to present something that binds us. A story. Or maybe it is a cult of personality. Maybe we do need somebody's personality to bind under. I don't think it's to make us feel like we're the good guys. Is that what you guys think the leader's here to do? That's what Biden, that's one of his best strengths, I think. Obama was really good at that. Make us feel like we're the good guys. Reagan, the shining city on the hill. We're the good guys. We're the good guys. Most of these other people, they're bad. That's why we have to go fuck them up. Not pacifists. We are the good guys.
But to claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous, it's like you're revealing that you're a child. You don't know anything about how the world actually is or what reality is. That's quite a realist perspective, but there is a spectrum. There's a spectrum, absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not. And our task is to figure out where on the spectrum they lie. And the leader's task is to confuse us and convince us they're one of the good guys. But I actually reject even that formulation. I don't think it's always about the leaders. I mean,
You said this is too realist, Tucker. You're being too realist. What about the liberal view of global geopolitics? Don't the leaders and their personalities dictate how relations go? Tucker says, no! Alex says, that's kind of realist. That's very realist of you to say. John Mersheimer is what I think when I hear somebody say realist.
but I can't overstate. One of the biggest law firms in the United States, smart lawyers we've used for years. So I was really leaders for. Like, no, they're all leaders of countries, okay? Like, grow up a little bit, you child. Have you ever met a leader? Like, all of the. First of all, anyone who seeks power is damaged morally, in my opinion. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or wealth for its own sake and remain a decent person. That's true. So there aren't any, like, really virtuous billionaires, and there aren't any really virtuous world leaders. You have grades of virtue. Some are better than others, for sure. But, I mean, in other words, Zelensky may be better than Putin. I'm open to that possibility.
As a person.
To claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous, it's like you're revealing that you're a child. You don't know anything about how the world actually is or what reality is. Like, that's quite a realist perspective, but there is a spectrum. There's a spectrum, absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not. And our task is to figure out where on the spectrum they lie. And the leader's task is to confuse us and convince us they're one of the good guys. But I actually reject even that formulation. I don't think it's always about the leaders.
I mean, of course, the leaders make the difference. A good leader has a healthy country, and a bad leader has a decaying country, which is something to think about. But it's about the ideas and the policies and the practical effect of things. So we're very much caught up in the personalities of various leaders, not just our political leaders, but our business leaders, our cultural leaders. Are they good people? Do they have the right thoughts? It's like, no, I ask a much more basic question. What are the fruits of their behavior? And I always make it personal because I think everything is personal. Does his wife respect him?
The truth versus the way. The truth would be, do they have the right thoughts? Are they thinking correctly? Are they thinking the right things? Or are they thinking incorrectly? Are they thinking bad thoughts? Do they not have the truth at all? Tucker's saying it's not about that. It's about the consequences of their thinking. It's about the way. Does this lead to the place we want to go? Not necessarily the truth, but the way. Is this the way? Having leaders who get us where we want to go, who get us fruits. Is that the truth isn't as important here. It's more, how do we get there?
Our political leaders, but our business leaders, our cultural leaders, are they good people? Do they have the right thoughts? It's like, no, I ask a much more basic question. What are the fruits of their behavior? And I always make it personal because I think everything is personal. Does his wife respect him? Do his children respect him? How are they doing? Is the country he runs thriving, or is it falling apart? If your life expectancy is going down, if your suicide rate is going up, if your standard of living is tanking, you're not a good leader. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you claim you represent. I don't care about the ideas or the systems that you say you embody. It's dogs barking to me.
All I hear is this the way? Is there ways better? Your idealism doesn't matter. What matters is, are we getting or is this the fruits? The consequences, that's what matters. Not your intentions, the consequences. Is that realist? Yes. It is realist, Lex. He's right.
Is the country he runs
Lex is right.
or is it falling apart? If your life expectancy
Tucker's
is
being
going down,
realist
if your suicide
here.
rate is going up, if your standard of living is tanking,
Politically
I don't care
realist.
what you tell me. I don't care what you claim you represent. I don't care about the ideas or the systems that you say you embody. It's dogs barking to me. How's your life expectancy? How's your suicide rate? What's drug use like? Are people having children? Are people's children more likely to live in a freer, more prosperous society than you did and their grandparents did? Like, those are the only measures that matter to me. The rest is a lie. But anyway, the point is, we just get so obsessed with, like, the theater around people, or people. And we miss the bigger things that are happening, and we allow ourselves to be deceived into thinking that what doesn't matter at all matters. That moral victories are all that matter. No, actually, facts on the ground victories matter more than anything. And you certainly see it in this country. Black Lives Matter, for example. How many black people did that help? It hurt a lot of black people, but in the end, we should be able to measure it. You know, like how many black people have died by gunfire in the 4 years since George Floyd died? Well, the number's gone way, way up. And that was a...
Hopefully less extrajudicial killings of black people. That's what is the problem, I think. Or was the problem. It was the extrajudicial killings. It was too much order, not enough law. We stopped at Ice Cube and Spock. We never got to the pretty lawyer girl. We keep killing these people in the streets. That was the problem. And they're all black. That was the problem. Is there still black violence? Probably. Did it go up? That would be pretty sad. That would be pretty sad to hear. Tucker says, yes, it did go up.
How many black people have died by gunfire in the 4 years since George Floyd died? Well, the number's gone way, way up. And that was a Black Lives Matter operation to defund the police. So I think we can say, as a factual matter, a data-based matter, Black Lives Matter didn't help black people.
NSA or police, Tucker? The people surveilling you are the police.
Black Lives Matter operation to defund the police.
Think you guys would find common ground there.
Factual matter, data-based matter, Black Lives Matter didn't help black people. And if it did, tell me how. Well, these are important moral victories. I'm over that. That's just another lie. You know, long litany of lies. So I try to see the rest of the world that way, but more than anything, I try to see world events through the lens of an American, because I am one. And what does this mean for us? And it's not even the war, it's the sanctions that will...
Another word for this is nationalism. This is nationalism. I want to look at the world through the perspective of my country. My country. Not the alliance. Not the capitalists versus the communists. Not the West versus the East. American. What the fuck is going on as it concerns to me as an American? That's nationalist. Tucker.
Moral victories. I'm over that. That's just another lie. You know, long litany of lies. So I try to see the rest of the world that way, but more than anything, I try to see world events through the lens of American, because I am one.
The world as
What
I
does
did.
it mean for us? And it's not even the war, it's the sanctions that will forever change the United States, our standard of living, the way our government operates. That, more than any single thing in my lifetime, screwed the United States. Levying those sanctions in the way that we did was crazy, and that for me, the main takeaway from my 8 days in Moscow was not Putin, a leader. They're none of them that different, actually, in my pretty extensive experience. No, it was Moscow. That blew my mind. I was not prepared for that at all. And I thought I knew a lot about Moscow. My dad worked there on and off in the 80s and 90s because he was a U.S. government employee, and he was always coming back to Moscow. It's a nightmare and all this stuff, no electricity. I got there almost exactly 2 years after sanctions. Totally cut off from Western financial systems, kicked out SWIFT, can't use U.S. dollars, no banking or credit cards. And that city, is just factually, I'm not endorsing the system, I'm not endorsing the whole country. I didn't go to Lake Baikal, I didn't go to Turkmenistan. I just went to Moscow, largest city in Europe, 13 million people. I drove all around it. And that city is way nicer, outwardly anyway, I don't live there, than any city we have, by a lot. And by nicer, let me be specific. No graffiti, no homeless, no people using drugs in the street, totally tidy, no garbage on the ground, and no forest of steel and concrete soul-destroying buildings, none of the postmodern architecture that oppresses us without even our knowledge, none of that crap. It's a truly beautiful city. And that's not an endorsement of Putin. And by the way, it didn't make me love Putin. It made me hate my own leaders. Because I grew up in a country that had cities kind of like that were nice cities, that were safe. And we don't have that anymore. And how did that happen? Did Putin do that? I don't think Putin did that, actually. I think the people in charge of it, the mayors, the governors, the president, they did that. And they should be held accountable for it.
So I think cleanliness and architectural design is not the entirety of the metrics that matter when you measure a city.
They're the main metrics that matter. They're the main metrics that matter. The main metrics that matter are cleanliness, safety, and beauty, in my opinion. And one of the biggest...
Well, it's stupid, but homelessness is the metric that matters until you don't have it. Then, of course, it wouldn't matter. But it's so crazy that that's the metric that matters. When the communists come to visit, we have to kick all the homeless out of the city because we don't want them to think we treat our poor people badly. I might have to come liberate them. Damn.
They're the main metrics that matter. They're the main metrics that matter. The main metrics that matter are cleanliness, safety, and
clean. I've lived in cities. I don't know what. Is there too much horse poop in the street? Clean. Safety. What are you so afraid of? The Republicans are so afraid of crime. Number one issue, crime. Number two issue, immigration. It took our jobs. They're drug dealers and rapists. And now they're terrorists. Terrorists are invading. They're drug dealers. They do anchor babies. They want amnesty. I don't even speak English. Immigration, crime. Number three, inflation, economy. That's what they care about. That's their issues. It says, what matters in a city? Safety. I want to feel safe. I want it to be clean. I want it to be beautiful. That's what matters.
Architectural design is not the entirety of the metrics that matter when you measure a city.
How should we measure our cities? One thing I feel like should matter is how much space you have in an urban environment. Do I have space? Do I have space? Or is it communal living out here? I have to go to the countryside to get my open skies and I can do a cartwheel or something without running into a person or a statue or a fucking wall or rail. Car.
The main metrics that matter. They're the main metrics that matter. The main metrics that matter are cleanliness, safety, and beauty, in my opinion. And one of the big lies that we are told in our world is that.
Comment down below. What matters to you in your city when you're measuring it? I used to live here, now I live here. I like it here more because... Why? What's your measurement? For better.
And one of the big lies that we are told in our world is that no, something you can't measure that has no actual effect on your life matters most. Bullshit. What matters most, to say it again, beauty, safety, cleanliness.
Beauty and cleanliness are so close to me conceptually. If it's dirty, it's gonna not be beautiful. If it's clean, it's gonna be beautiful. Clean? I don't know what that means. You mean like it snowed last night and it's noon and the roads are already clean? Is that what you mean? Clean? And beauty. Like the mountains in the background, that's beautiful? Or you mean like the buildings and the streets are beautiful? Safety I can swallow because he's a Republican and I know his thinking, and his thinking is crime and immigration and the economy are the big political problems in my life and always will be. But beauty and cleanliness, as far as what is measured in an urban... We're talking about the city's health or the city's life. Beauty and cleanliness.
Bullshit. What matters most, to say it again.
Boomer shit?
Safety,
This is okay boomer stuff, right? He's just old man.
But if I were to put them in order, it's not some theoretical, well, actually, I don't know if you know that the Duma has no power. Okay, I get that. freedom of speech matters enormously to me. They have less freedom of speech in Russia than we do in the United States. We are superior to them in that way. But you can't tell me.
Better than?
In Russia than we do in the United States. We are superior to them in that way. But you can't tell me that living in a city where, you know, your 6-year-old daughter can walk to the bus stop and ride on a clean bus or ride in a beautiful subway car that's on time and not get assaulted. That doesn't matter. No, that matters almost more than anything, actually.
Do we not have that here? Because afraid of the east side? But like, Tucker, your 6-year-old is always going to live in a place that's safe. I doubt she'll be using a subway car, but whatever she's doing in the city, she'll be safe. You don't live on the east side. You don't live downtown. It's such a weird metric. I mean, I guess you mean other black people? We're talking about Black Lives Matter 20 minutes ago, so I'm thinking that's where your mind is. The poors. Poor people. Whatever color, whatever, you know, but the poor people. It's not safe. In Russia, it's fucking safe, okay? I promise you, I don't care if they're poor, black, or whatever, they're safe. I think that's what he's talking about. Safety, to me, I mean, I get it, but Tucker, your daughter's going to be safe. No, your 6-year-old is going to make it.
And not get assaulted. That doesn't matter. No, that matters almost more than anything.
She's not going to get assaulted.
And we can have both. And like the normal regime defenders and morons, John Stewart or whatever he's calling himself, they're like, well, that's the price of freedom. Like, people shitting on the sidewalk is the price of freedom. It's like, you can't fool me because I've lived here for 54 years.
They're talking about police, guys. They're talking about, he's saying, what he's saying is, we should, our police should treat our cities, but we should make them safer. By not having people shit on the sidewalk. Where do you live? New York? Shit on the sidewalk. I mean, if I came up to my apartment today and I had to walk by a dude who was shitting on the sidewalk, I would think that that was very unsafe and not clean and not beautiful for sure. So if that's what you're going through in your city, I can understand why your trip to Russia, you'd be like, oh, this is great. And nobody's shitting on the sidewalk. This is way better. Maybe the price of freedom wasn't really, because look at what they have. But around me, there is nobody shitting on the sidewalk. I'm not thinking that the town needs to be more clean, more safe. Those would never have come up. More beautiful. I mean, the sky, the sunset is beautiful. It's beautiful every day. The moon comes out. It's beautiful. I don't know. I don't quite get it. He's talking police. He's saying in Russia, the police went around and made it more clean and more safe. You know what I mean? They took all the poor people out of here and all the people shitting on the sidewalk, and now my 6-year-old could go to the subway, no problems, no assaults. Yeah, but what in our country that you could still have that, I would assume. Maybe, I don't know. You really walking by people shitting on the sidewalk, Tucker? For real?
That living in a city where, you know, your 6-year-old daughter can walk to the bus stop and ride on a clean bus or ride in a beautiful subway car that's on time and not get assaulted. That doesn't matter. No, that matters almost more than anything, actually. And we can have both. And like the normal regime defenders and morons, John Stewart or whatever he's calling himself, they're like, well, that's the price of freedom. Like, people shitting on the sidewalk is the price of freedom. It's like, you can't fool me because I've lived here for 54 years. I know that it's not the price of freedom because I lived in a country that was both free and clean and orderly. So that's not a trade-off. I think
Moscow.
I've lived here for 54 years. I know that it's not the price of freedom because I lived in a country that was both free and clean and orderly. So that's not a trade-off I think I have to make. You can't, that is the beauty of being a little bit older because you're like, no, I remember that actually. It wasn't what you're saying. We didn't have racial segregation in 1985. It was a really nice country that kind of respected itself. I was here. And I think with younger people, you can tell them that, and they're like, well, 1985, you were, selling slaves in Madison Square Garden. It's like, no, you weren't. You're going to Madison Square Garden and not stepping over a single fentanyl addict.
It is true, there doesn't have to be a trade-off between cleanliness and freedom of speech. But it is also true that in dictatorships, cleanliness and architectural design is easier to achieve and perfect, and often is done so you can show off, look how great our cities are, while you're suppressing.
Of course, I agree with that.
It mattered in the Cold War times because they're seeking legitimacy from the Western powers. Look, we're just like you. Our cities are great, just like you. Our economy's big, just like you. In the 21st century, most of the it seems like they're not desperate to get legitimacy from the Western powers. It seems like they're finding their own ways to legitimize themselves amongst themselves.
This is not a defense of the Russian system at all. And if I felt that way, I would not only move there, but I would announce I was moving there. I'm not ashamed of my views. I never have been.
If you like it so much, why don't you move to Russia? This is the 40s? Some sort of USA black and white movie where the people are moving to different countries based on if they think the country projects the correct value system. One that they agree. I never thought I'd see this in America. I thought this when I chose America because it had the values I believed in. Now you're changing your values. I don't believe in you anymore, was the implication. Tucker's making the same. Well, I believe if I believed in the Russian system, I'd move there because I'd put my money where my mouth is. I guess I wouldn't lift it up as so great if I wasn't prepared to move there and live it myself. I'm not saying I want to do that. I'm not defending it, and if I really believed it, I'd move there. But I don't really believe in their system. It's just such a weird thing to say. I don't think anybody in my audience would be able to make a decision like that. Well, I'm gonna move to the country or the state or the town with the laws that I agree with the most. And if I admired another country's laws or another state's laws or another city's laws over my own without the ability to just get up and move there and live it myself, it would be hypocritical. It's a stance that nobody in my class could ever take, but it is one that is taken by people who make movies and who are in Tucker Carlson's position. That, well, if I thought Stalin was so cool, I'd just go live in Russia. If I thought Putin was so great, I'd just go live there. But I don't really think that, or else I'd move there to prove it. It's like, but nobody else could ever play that card. That is, you'd have to be really rich and I mean, is anybody living in the country whose values they think they agree with the most, or you pick your We're the Kansas City Chiefs. It's that we don't have values. It's just our team. Everybody here is on the same team. We're against the Detroit Lions. We're against them. They're opponents. We're on different teams as those guys. It has nothing to do with our values. I'm not gonna go say, well, their value. If I believed in their team, I'd go live there. Nobody would ever play that card. It's a weird thing to say, I think, on its face. But if you're making a movie that's about Hitler and the value of your country, the values that your country has compared to the values of the neighboring country, and then this would make a lot of sense. Follow right from that type of thinking. I don't tend to think our country has any fucking values. If we do, they're hypocritical. We don't have any we really believe in. But I'm not even sure we have any. What are our values? What's Canada's values? What's Mexico's values? How am I supposed to pick which country's values are the best and then go move there if I believe in their system? It's just a stupid thing to say. Tucker's saying it. A lot of people in his class say it.
Of course, I agree with that vehemently. This is not a defense of the Russian system at all. And if I felt that way, I would not only move there, but I would announce I was moving there. I'm not ashamed of my views. I never have been. And for all the people who are trying to impute secret motives to my words, I'm like the one person in America you don't need to do that with. If you think I'm a racist, ask me, and I'll tell you.
Tucker, I think you're right. Are you racist? No. Okay.
You think I'm a racist? Ask me, and I'll tell you. Are you racist? No, I am a sexist. No.
Okay.
Like a defender of Vladimir Putin, I would just say I'm defending Vladimir Putin now. I'm not. I am attacking our leaders, and I'm grieving over
For losing to the Russians, I feel you there.
You don't need to put up with this. You don't need to put up with foreign invaders stealing from you. You know, occupying your kids' school. Your kids can't get an education because people from foreign countries broke our laws and showed up here and
Occupying our school. You mean they want to get an education too? No, I mean they're taking away our seats. Tucker.
foreign invaders stealing from you. You know, occupying your kids' school.
Stealing from you. How are they stealing from you? Well, they're taking up kindergarten positions. The kindergartners are in kindergarten. They're stealing from you. You see how he talks? This is why Lex has to look you in the eye and say, are you a racist? Are they stealing from you by putting their kids in kindergarten next to your kids? Come on, man. I mean, if you want to play games with taxes, and which he's been doing the entire movie, so it's consistent.
Dictatorships, cleanliness, and architectural designs each.
That way, I would not only move there, but I would announce I was moving there. I'm not ashamed of my views. I never have been. And for all the people who are trying to impute secret motives to my words, I'm like the one person in America you don't need to do that with. If you think I'm a racist, ask me, and I'll tell you.
Are you a racist?
No, I am a sexist, though. Anyway, no, but if I was like a defender of Vladimir Putin, I would just say I'm defending Vladimir Putin now. I'm not. I am attacking our leaders, and I'm grieving over the low expectations of our people. You don't need to put up with
Grieving over the low expectations of our people. Which low expectations are that? They're not going to fight for medicine. They're not going to fight for wage increase. They're not going to fucking... They need more kindergarten seats. The Mexican invaders are stealing our resources.
this. Don't need to put up with foreign invaders stealing from you. You know, occupying your kids' school. Your kids can't get an education education because people from foreign countries broke our laws and showed up here and they've taken over the school?
That's the type of thing Peter said we could send to a re-education school for social media for saying that to the wrong person.
From you. You know,
How are they stealing?
your kids can't get an education because people from foreign countries broke our laws and showed up here and they've taken over the school? That's not a feature of freedom, actually. That's the opposite. That's what enslavement looks like. And so I'm just saying, raise your expectations a little bit. You can have a clean, functional, safe country. Crime is totally optional. Crime is something our leaders decide to have or not have. It's not something that just appears organically. I wrote a book about crime 30 years ago. I thought a lot about this. You have as much crime as you put up with, period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murders. And so
I used to think, well, freedom means the freedom to not get ripped off by a bunch of fucking scam artists or something like that. But actually, in America, freedom means you have the freedom to rip off your neighbor. It means you have the freedom to scam your neighbor. Does that apply when we talk about... I was going to say violence. Did he say violence? Man, my buttons aren't as good as on my desk.
Vladimir Putin, I would just say I'm defending Vladimir Putin now. Over the low expectations of invaders. Kids can't get an education. That's not a feature of freedom, actually. That's the opposite. That's what enslavement looks like. And so I'm just saying, raise your expectations a little bit. You can have a clean, functional, safe country. Crime is totally optional. Crime is something our leaders decide to have or not have. It's not something that just appears organically. I wrote a book about crime 30 years ago. I thought a lot about this. You have as much crime as you put up with.
Thinking violence, but crime could be...
It doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact,
Tucker is calling the Mexicans criminals. Why are they criminals? Because they're invading illegally. They're in the wrong... They're population migration. That's the problem. They need to stay where they are. It's illegal to just go wherever you want to go. You gotta be a citizen to come into our country. By coming in illegally, you're a criminal. So when Tucker talks about crime, I think murder. I think drug dealer. But it could just be illegal immigrant. Could be anything. Criminal, fuck. I'm a criminal. He's talking about murder, and that's what I was thinking about, because he brings it up as an example, so that must be why I was thinking it. I wrote a book about crime.
Period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you...
Not tolerate it. I mean, this goes back to this question about Putin. How are you going to get rid of a person's idea to want to be a neo-Nazi? He says, well, we're going to not tolerate it. What does that mean? It means prosecute it at a legislative level. It means make it criminal. It means if you have that idea, you're a criminal. Here, if you have the idea of, I want to kill somebody, you're a criminal, you're a murderer. And tolerating these murderers. I mean, you have as much crime as you tolerate. Huh.
In America, you don't know what to do that with. If you think I'm a racist, ask me, and I'll tell you. Putin or don't know what it looks like. And so I'm just saying, raise your expectations a little bit. You can have a clean, functional, safe country. Crime is totally optional. Crime is something our leaders decide to have or not have. It's not something that just appears organically. I wrote a book about crime 30 years years ago, I thought a lot about this. You have as much crime as you put up with, period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murders.
This is that. Aren't I more free if my neighbors don't have the ability to trick me and scam me and cheat me? And it's like, no, you're more free if you're allowed to trick and scam and cheat your neighbor. Then now you're more free. Am I more free to run around and be able to murder if I need to? No. You'd be more free to live in a society where no one could murder. It makes sense, but you have to think about it a little. It doesn't make sense on its face. You have to think about it.
Period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murders. And so I just...
Because you're less safe. And that's what Tucker's concerned with. Safety. Beauty, cleanliness, and safety. If I think they're gonna murder me when I go to work, I'm not safe, and I can't function in the city properly because I'm always scared of being murdered by my neighbors, by my fellow urbanites, city dwellers. Boy, I just wish I understood that better. I've lived in poor places my whole life. I've lived in black neighborhoods. I've lived around people with Section 8 housing. I've had my car stolen. I've dated girls at terrible, terrible locations. I've lived in St. Louis. I've lived in Kansas City. I remember the danger. But the danger was the cheating, lying, and stealing stuff. It was never the murder. I was afraid of theft. I was afraid of being cheated. I was afraid of being lied to. I was afraid of being tricked. I was afraid of being turned around, spun around, and sent in the wrong direction, and not knowing where I'm going, and not being able to trust the people around me because it's dangerous. And these people are not my friends, and they're not on my side. They're trying to take advantage of my naive situation in the urban city, which just meant I didn't have the street smarts to be in the neighborhood I was in. But it wasn't. There are so many murderers around that I'm actually less free. It's a very theoretical argument. Do you actually live in a place with people shitting on the sidewalks, Tucker? Or is this armchair philosophy? If you do, name drop your city so we can talk about New York specifically. Or LA, or wherever you broadcast from. Where they're shitting on the sidewalks and you feel like there's so many murderers running around. You're unfree. You're less free. I can't even process that as conceptually understandable. I don't even understand what you mean.
It doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murders.
I do know what he means by you have as much crime as you tolerate. True, if we wanted to go full fascist and we wanted to turn police officer into the most employed job in the country, and we're gonna have 5 police officers for every problem, and we wanted to have less crime and keep things more clean. Yes, we could tolerate a lot less crime if we wanted to. I understand. It's the stuff after that confuses me about the murderers make me less free, whereas less murder makes me more free. I mean, I understand that theoretically. I don't understand that in your world. What city are you in where that's happening? Or where is that happening in our country?
Much higher than the wealth. Period. And it doesn't make
Is
any
this
sense
like a
to me
Chicago
how
thing?
a
Is this
murderer,
like
the fact it makes you unfree,
Blood and
can
Crips
have that
thing?
effect.
What are you talking about? Is this like a
And so it
MS-13
makes no
thing?
sense that people are like, well, you know, I guess this is I can't like live in New York City anymore because of inflation and filth and illegal aliens and people shooting each other. But you know, I'm glad because this is vibrant and strong and free. It's like that's not freedom actually at all. Your point is well taken. You can have both. But do you regret?
We had both. That's the point. We had. I saw it.
Do you regret to a degree using the Moscow subway and the grocery store as a mechanism by which to make that point?
No. I mean, I thought I mean, look. I'm one of the more unself-aware people you will ever interview. So to ask me, you know, how will this be perceived? I literally have no idea, and kind of limited interest. But I was so shocked by it. I was so shocked by it, and there were two. And to the extent I regret anything and am to blame for anything, it would be not. And I've done this a lot. Not giving it context, not fully explaining why are we doing this. The grocery store, I was shocked by the prices. And yes, I'm familiar with exchange rates, but very familiar with exchange rates. But those don't, and I adjusted them for exchange rates. And this is 2 years into sanctions, total isolation from the West. So I would expect, in fact, I did expect until I got there, that their supply chains would be crushed. How do you get good stuff if you don't have access to Western markets? And I didn't fully get the answer because I was occupied doing other things when I was there, but somehow they have. And that's the point. And they haven't had the supply chains problems that I predicted. In other words, sanctions haven't made the country noticeably worse. Okay, so again, this is contrary to the United States and our policymakers. Why are we doing this? It's forcing the rest of the world into a block against us called BRICS. They're getting off the US dollar. That will mean a lot of dollars are going to come back here and destroy our economy and impoverish this country. So the consequences, the stakes are really high. They're huge. And we're not even hurting Russia. So like, what the hell are we doing? One, on the subway, that subway was built by Joseph Stalin. Right?
Sanctions conceptually it's a stretch already. You have to believe in a thing called economic power, which is very conceptual in and of itself. And then you have to believe in sanctions increase or decrease somebody's economic power, which it seems like it's up in the air. Sometimes there are external factors that seem to have a bigger influence over a country's economic power than sanctions. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't. I don't really believe in sanctions to do what they proclaim they're gonna do. And that's if you're. And that's when you accept their theory of economic power. It still doesn't even really make sense. And I'm not sure I do accept their theory of economic power. Our economic power is very high, therefore we're very strong. That is hard to understand to me. For me.
I'm not endorsing Stalin. Obviously, Stalinism is the thing that I hate, and I don't want to come to my country.
But glad I don't get caught saying stupid shit like that, Tucker. Moscow Metro is a metro system serving Russia's capital of Moscow, as well as the neighboring cities of the five underneath. In 35, with a 6.8-mile line and 13 stations, it was the first underground railroad system of the Soviet Union. Okay. They're building their own trains. In 23, the Moscow Metro, excluding the Central Circle and these other places, had 263 stations, and the route lengths are 280 186 miles, making it the 10th largest in the world and the largest outside of China. So this is maybe hard for us Americans to even understand what this is. We don't really have anything like this. We have an interstate highway. That's what we have.
I'm not endorsing Stalin. Obviously, Stalinism is the thing that I hate, and I don't want to come to my country.
We have trains. I've taken a commercial train before. Train cars. I only did it once, maybe twice. From Michigan to Kansas City, I think. I can't remember. But I remember the experience. It wasn't streamlined. It was like an airport. It was like an airport. It was a little less rich. And it was a little less strict as far as security goes. But as far as organization went and how you got on the train and bought a ticket and where to sit and how to load your car and what you do, how you get off and how to find your train, it was like an airport. I wonder what their train system is like. The Soviets.
And impoverish this country. So the consequences, the stakes were really high. They're huge. And we're not even hearing questions. Like, what the hell are we doing? One, on the subway. The subway was built by Joseph Stalin right before the Second World War. I'm not endorsing Stalin. Obviously. Stalinism is the thing that I hate, and I don't want to come to my country. I'm making the obvious point that for over 80 years, you've had these frescoes and chandeliers, maybe they've been redone or whatever, but like somehow the society has been able to not destroy what its ancestors built. The things that are worth having, and there are a lot. And that, like, why don't we have that? And even on a...
Because, like, we have to tear down the South statues and their flags and shit. Is that what you're talking about? Why don't we have cultural history? Why don't we have a cultural history? We do. Yeah, but look at all their buildings. Yeah, because it's Europe. Our country's literally fucking 200 years old. 250. Why don't we have a train system like they had in Soviet Russia?
Own society and...
Stop. No one cares about your commercials. Do they have commercials in Soviet Russia? So that might be
Remember
switch.
that just 30 years ago, we had a much different and much happier and cleaner and healthier society, where everyone wasn't fat with diabetes at 40 from poisoned food. Like, how is that? I'm not a traitor to my country. I'm a defender of my country. By the way, the people calling me a traitor are like, you know, I would not say that people who put America's interests first.
But
To put it mildly.
there's many elements, like you said, you don't like Stalinism. You know, you're a student of history. Central planning is good at building subways in a way that...
Yeah, central planning seems to be really good at construction. This is what the Chinese are doing. We're gonna build hospitals in every fucking place in the next 5 years. You're gonna do that. Central planning. State fund construction. Seems smart, good, strong. Don't we want the Jews and the Protestants and the Christians to own all the hospitals? Don't we want, like, the richest doctor to own the hospital? Seems stupid. Seems stupid just obviously to me, but then they call me a red.
And to the extent I regret anything and am to blame for anything, it would be not, and I've done this a lot, not giving it context, not fully explaining why are we doing this. The grocery store, I was shocked by the prices, and yes, I'm ways.
Did you even adjust for the exchange rate? Yes.
How wide it spreads. Like that, the New York network is incredible.
Did you even do the New York trains? Yeah, but there's people shitting on the street, Lex.
His point that for over 80 years you've had these frescoes and chandeliers, maybe been redone or whatever, but like somehow the society has been able to not destroy what its ancestors.
He swooned you. He took you to the best cathedrals in Russia, and you got tricked. He took you to the best grocery store in Russia, and the Save-A-Lot. And you're like, oh my god, these prices are out of this world.
They're getting off the U.S.
Right?
dollar. That will mean a lot of dollars are going to come back here and destroy our economy and impoverish this country. So the consequences.
Do we need to get Tucker like a really nice cathedral for America? I mean, I'm frustrated with this too. Why aren't we building things? It's frustrating enough when we can't fix the roads and the bridges. It makes us look poor. But why aren't we building things? Maybe we do need a cathedral. A great American cathedral. We could have had a wall. A great wall. An incredible wall. A beautiful wall. We didn't get one. Let's build something. A barrier. You know, or it could be like we could build the arch, or the Statue of Liberty, or the Golden Gate Bridge, or we could do Yellowstone, or we could do the Grand Canyon, or we have so many marvels in our country. Why? But we don't make any new ones. We're done. No new anything. No walls or nothing. No bridges. No walls. No roads. No cathedrals. No subway systems. We're not building.
They're huge, and we're not even hurting Russia. So like, what the hell are we doing? One, the subway. That subway was built by Joseph Stalin right before the Second World War. I'm not endorsing Stalin. Obviously, Stalinism is the thing that I hate, and I don't want to come to my country. I'm making the obvious point that for over 80 years you've had these frescoes and chandeliers, maybe they've been redone or whatever, but like somehow the society has been able to not destroy what its ancestors built. The things that are worth having, and there are a lot. And that, like, why don't we have that? And even on a much more terrestrial plane, like, why can't I have a subway station like that? Why can't my children who live in New York City ride the subway? A lot of people I know who live in New York City.
Tucker does live in New York. Confirmed.
Perfect ride the subway. Young women especially. That's freedom? No. Again, it's slavery.
Cause you're a pussy. You can just get a open carry license. You can get a conceal license. You really that scared? Get a gun. Protect yourself. It's not slavery because you're a pussy and you won't ride the subway. If it's under-policed and there's a bunch of criminals on the subway, it's still not slavery. But I understand your point a little bit better. I know young women who won't even ride the subway. Yeah, no shit. Because they're fucking scared. That doesn't mean... Well, they should be like the Russians who aren't afraid to ride the subway. Because it's safe. What? What does that even mean? How much crime do we have on the New York subway? I go to my grocery store, there is a cop in the grocery store at the front of the door with a gun. In the grocery store. There's no crime in the grocery store. There's a sense of safety prevailing the whole grocery store. Nobody's doing crime. Nobody's afraid to go down aisle 12 because they're afraid. Yeah, well, in Russia, you can just go into any grocery store and everybody's not afraid. Okay, but that's, I don't know what to say about the safety in the city thing. It's great. Maybe I just don't understand crime in city the way crime in country is domestic violence and drugs. That's the crime. And speeding. That's what they're doing. That's the crime. Crime in city? It's murder. It's subway violence or something. I can't quite grab it. I can't quite understand what he's so afraid of. People shitting on the sidewalks. It's so dirty. I can barely even imagine.
Why don't we have that? And even on a much more terrestrial plane, like, why can't I have a subway station like that? Why can't my children who live in New York City ride the subway? A lot of people I know who live in New York City are afraid to ride the subway. Young women especially. That's freedom? No. Again,
But that's like a mayor's job. The subway is like a city. It's the executive in charge of that isn't the Stalin equivalent. It's a mayor. It's not Biden. It's de Blasio. That's your problem, de Blasio, not Biden.
my children who live in New York City ride the subway. A lot of people
Or whoever the mayor is right now of New York.
young women especially. That's freedom? No. Again, it's slavery. And how can, if Putin can do this, why can't we? Like, what? It's not, in other words, I mean, this is like so obvious. I'm a traitor? Okay. So if I'm calling for American citizens to demand more from their government and higher standards for their own,
Then you're no longer in the Libertarian Party. You're in some weird nationalist, workers, Trumpist, anti-immigrant, populist. I don't know what. It freaks me out, Tucker. You want more help from the government? That means you're not a libertarian anymore. You've moved to some sort of socialist, some sort of national socialist. This is weird. I don't think it's weird to tell the citizens that they need to petition the government for more. Bro, that takes you out of Republican mainstream. You're supposed to drown the government in the bathtub. You're anti-government. No, we're nationalists, and I want nice things, damn it, like the Russians. I want an awesome subway system like the Russians. I want cultural history like the Russians. I want it state funded. And I think that other people in my country should be demanding it from their government too. Wait, whoa. Tucker.
American citizens to demand more from their government and higher standards for their own society, and remember that just 30 years ago we had a much different, much happier.
I thought we were rich and the best country in the face of the world and exceptional and special and different than everybody else. And our entrepreneurial spirit was better than you. And our city was shining on that hill. And you didn't have anything like it. And you could never compare. Well, now we're feeling a little, grass is a little greener on the Russian side of the fence.
I want a nice cathedral too. I want a nice subway too. Why can't we have safety and nice things like the Russians? You mean like a philanthropist? You mean like charity? You mean like some sort of business tycoon is going to come down and do charity for the people? No, I mean government. I want the government to build a subway. I want the government to build cathedrals. I want the people in my country to demand that the government. Okay, Tucker. This is a political demand of a kind. It's not. It's Bernie Sanders. It's not Gary Johnson. I want more from my government. I want a subway. I want cathedrals. You want socialism. You want like a national socialism. This is.
Why can't we? Like, what? It's not. In other words, I mean, this is like so obvious. I'm a traitor. Okay. So if I'm calling for American citizens to demand more from their government and higher standards for their own society, and remember that just 30 years ago we had a much different and much happier and cleaner and healthier society where everyone wasn't fat with diabetes at 40 from poisoned food. Like, how is that? I'm not a traitor to my country. I'm a defender of my country. And by the way, the people calling me a traitor, they're all like,
Globalists.
I would not say that people would put America's interests first. We produce and consume energy. There's no popular outcry for that. There's never been any mass movement of Americans who's like, I hate my gasoline-powered engine. No more diesel. That has been central planning. That is central planning. And you see it up and down our economy. There's no free market in the United States. You get crossroads with the government, you're done. If you're at scale, I mean, maybe if you go to a liquor store or something, but even then, you're regulated by politicians. And so, no, I actually am for free market.
You have laws you have to follow. No regulations by politicians. No, there are laws passed by the Congress that everybody has to follow the laws. He makes it sound so pernicious. Law! Oh, it's always in my way. All these damn laws. Yeah, dude. Welcome to the social contract. You can't really jump off. You're in the boat of society with everybody else. You can't get out of this. Pesky regulations by politicians. I mean, that's one way to put it, for sure. My free speech and is regulated by the tech company that built this laptop, the Twitch, the laws of my country, whatever they are. I really wonder how the anti-free speech laws in Europe are affecting the way people talk to each other using this type of technology. I mean, could a European get in trouble for saying the wrong political speech on his stream? I would think yes. Yes, he could. It'd be a great martyr case. Great example. People like watch their mouth.
Completely dominated in, like, what do you mean? Google. What percentage of search does Google have? 90? Google's a monopoly by any definition, and Google is just rich enough to continue doing whatever it wants in violation of U.S. law. So there's no monopoly in Russia as big as Google. I'm not, again, defending the Russian system. I'm calling for a return to our old system, which was sensible and moderate and put the needs of Americans at least somewhere in the top 10.
Boy, I wish we could get a name for the old system that you're advocating. just ism to wrap it all up in.
Somewhere in the top 10. I'm not saying that Standard Oil was like interested in the welfare of average Americans, but I am saying that there was a constituency in our political system, in the Congress, for example, different presidential candidates were like, no, wait a second. What is this doing to people? Is it good for people or not? There's not even a conversation about that. It's like, shut up and submit to AI. And no offense. And so I'm just...
No offense taken. We will get you.
Yeah.
When it's stronger.
No,
You'll be the first one to
well,
go.
as a white man, I just won't even exist anymore.
So much to say on that one.
I bet when you Google my picture, 20 years from now, it'll be a black guy. 100%.
Wow.
This is what they were talking about at Fox News the other day. The AI is woke. I googled Pharaoh and it gave me a black woman. Like, what the fuck? This is historically inaccurate. You can pick on it for being wrong with anything. Yeah, but this race stuff. You know, when it comes to race, I think, well, this is our original sin as Americans. We're always going to be talking about race because we always have been talking about race. Can't erase it from our history. It is our history. The founding of the country was based on we have to split everything up into slave states and free states. The Civil War, civil rights. Black president. That's when I grew up. We got a black president. Trump, he's racist. Things are just seen through. A race. Race comes first. Race comes up a lot. When I say what's your identity, you don't say I'm a paladin, I'm a sorcerer, I'm a hunter, I'm a warrior, I'm a healer. You say my race is, my skin color is, my pronouns are. This is your identity. This is what you have been told is the thing that is what you should pick, and then define who you are through. It is racist. It is sexist. Because we're talking about race and sex as the things that matter. Whether you're a Virginian or a Coloradian doesn't matter as far as your identity is concerned. Communist, libertarian, capitalist. This is not your identity. This is not your identity. It's your race. To me, when I think, well, you get to pick, it becomes something that's more fun. You know, it feels like it should be in a fictional context. Well, the thing I want to pick to define my identity is Gryffindor. I'll be Gryffindor and you're Slytherin, and we're defining our identities around these fictional concepts that don't actually really exist in the world. But since we get to pick them, and it's arbitrary, and we're going to form our own identities around the things that we want to identify with, personally, well then I'm going to pick something like, I'm a paladin! I'm a gamer! I'm a swimmer! How did you get to these things? Well, I just picked the stuff that I like. That's how I'm forming my identity. This is not what you're supposed to be doing. When they say form your identity, they mean, well, look at your skin. Are you half black or not? Are you Native American? What is your gender? How do you feel inside? What kind of gender do you feel like inside? That's your identity. I get lost in this. I don't know how to make a selection. And this is like when the girl says, "Well, what drapes look best?" And I get caught up in, well, I don't really have an opinion here. This should be decided for me. I don't know. I get confused. I hope you guys all are learning this in school. Hopefully, you all learning how to pick your pronouns. I get lost here.
I hope she's attractive.
I hope it'd probably be.
So, well, the central planning point is really interesting, but I just don't, I don't know where you're coming from. Because the capitalist system, I mean, the United States is one of the most successful capitalist systems in the history of Earth. So to
What's
say,
the most successful? I'm just saying that I think it's changed a lot in the last 15 years, and that we need to update our assumptions about what we're seeing. And that's true up and down. That's true with everything. It's true with your neighbor's children who you haven't seen in 3 years, and they come home from Wesleyan, and you're like, oh, you've grown. That is true for the world around us as well. And most of our assumptions about immigration, about our economy, about our tax system are
Issues for the what is the problem, conservatives? What do we need to solve as far as our political turmoil? Well, it's immigration, it's taxes, it's the economy. What's wrong? Less immigration unless you're skilled. The taxes are too damn high. We need to be paying less taxes. The economy is shit. Why can't we get leaders with good policies that undo the regulations and give us more freedoms and so we can innovate? This is what they always say. As if this must have been real at some point, or they wouldn't be, or it's doctrine. It's either lived experience or it's doctrine. Because this would not come out of every boomer's mouth if it wasn't one of the two. I assume it's doctrine, and I think you guys look funny. Preaching about an ism that where your assumptions don't seem to match what's going on the ground, which is what you say is what you're doing, Ducker. Our system, what do you see on the ground? What are you seeing?
in our political system, in the Congress, for example, different presidential candidates are like, no, wait a second. What is this doing to people? Is it good for people or not? There's not even a conversation about it. It's like, shut up and submit to AI. And no offense. And so I'm just
offense taken. We will get you.
Yeah.
When it's strong.
No.
You'll be the first one.
Well, as a white man, I just won't even exist anymore.
Lux must be in that camp. AI's gonna fix it. Relax.
20 years from now, it'll be a black chick. 100%.
Well, I hope she's.
I don't have faith in the next technological revolution will save us. Oh my fucking god. Imagine we're hunter-gatherers and homie comes over and goes, I know what's going to save humanity. Agrarian culture. Agrarian economy. And you're thinking, I guess it would be better to have food guaranteed for all year round, right? So if we just get our farming... This is going to be a lot of community work. We're going to have to rely on land and the seasons and the weather. And this is going to be a hard sell. How do we make this transition? Is this like a... Is this when land ownership really starts happening? Because I need to manage the farm. Someone's got to run the farm. So that's the leader. You're the farmer. I'm the farmee. I own it. I don't know. I remember collecting taxes was another thing. That's when numbers started popping up. Was when farming started popping up because they had to collect the crop, and then they had to count how much crop they actually had. They had to manage it between different communities, the central government. Whatever that was at the time. That's how I remember my civilization history. But each technological revolution has the promise of that things gonna be great. It's gonna make humanity human life is gonna be so much better when we get to the Iron Age from the Bronze Age. But like, was it? Technologically, it was easier or better to do some things, but as a lived experience of a human life, was it really better in that time? I'm not so sure. I think hunter gatherer might be better. We'll go fishing on Tuesdays or something. We hunted this weekend. We're good for 2 weeks.
One of the most successful capitalist systems in the history of Earth. So
What's the most successful? I'm just saying that I think it's changed a lot in the last 15 years, and that we need to update our assumptions about what we're seeing. And that's true up and down. That's true with everything. It's true with your neighbor's children who you haven't seen in 3 years, and they come home from Wesleyan, and you're like, oh, you're great. That is true for the world around us as well. And most of our assumptions about immigration, about our economy, about our tax systems are completely outdated if you compare them to the current reality. And so I'm just updating my files, and I have a big advantage over you because I am middle-aged, and so I don't
call yourself old so many times throughout.
I don't
3 times.
perceptions of things, so I'm constantly trying to be like, is that true?
Because I'm a boomer, or just...
You know, I should see it. And I guess just in the end,
I do.
I trust direct perceptions. I don't trust the internet, actually. Wikipedia is a joke. Wikipedia could not be more dishonest. It's certainly in the political categories or things that I know a lot about. Occasionally I read an entry written about something that I saw or know the people involved, and I'm like, that's a complete lie, or you left out the most important fact. And it's like,
Wikipedia is hilarious on the things that they think are important versus the things that don't ever show up in the article. So I understand what he's saying there. But I rely on Wikipedia to learn about things I don't know about. I don't walk outside and use my anecdotal eyes to determine everything in the world. I do look at Wikipedia to understand chemical compound or whatever I'm confused about. I don't go outside and just figure it out. I look it up for sure. Do you guys look it up, or are you kind of done with? Are we in a post-truth future? We just don't. Everything's up for grabs. There's nowhere to put a stake as far as knowledge goes. Wikipedia, it's a joke.
it's not a reliable guide to reality or history. And that will accelerate with AI, where history or perception of the past is completely controlled and distorted. So I think just getting out there and seeing stuff and seeing that Moscow was not what I thought it would be, which was a smoldering ruin, you know, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. What the hell?
Direct data is good, but it's challenging. For example, if you talk to a lot of people in Moscow or in Russia, and you ask them, is there censorship? They will usually say, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, of course there is. Well, I agree. I mean,
ask a 20-year-old or under, 15 to 20, if there's censorship in America. Who would say no? They've all have 5 social media accounts. They've all been hit with terms of service. They all have seen people be banned, or you can glean what is not okay. I remember playing World of Warcraft, and I'm typing cuss words into the chat bar, and it's censoring them before they even hit the server. On the client side, they're censoring my speech. That's what that is. What American between the age of 15 and 20 wouldn't say they've been censored? You're censored by I mean, I guess I could see using some of these platforms in a way where you would feel like No, everything I'm saying is fine. I pass right over the bar. Nothing I'm saying is getting flagged. Everything I'm saying is politically correct and inside the Overton window and the bounds of polite conversation. So I'm not getting censored. I guess I could say that. But most I'm if you're a boy, I tried to say anything online or you're gonna get censored. Right? Am I crazy? Who here has never been censored online? Comment down below. You exist online. You've existed online for years, and you've never been. You don't know what a culture of censorship is. You don't know what they're talking about. If you have been censored, I comment too. But I obviously, duh.
Was not what I thought it would be, which was a smoldering ruin, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. What the hell? Dad, I'm not saying that Standard Oil was interested in the welfare of average Americans, but I am saying that there was a constituency in our political system, in the Congress, for example, different presidential candidates were like, no, wait a second, what is this doing to people? Is it good for people or not? There's not even a conversation about that. It's like, shut up and submit to AI. And no offense. And so 100%.
Well, I hope she's attractive.
I hope so. It'd probably be
well, the central planning point is really interesting, but I just don't know where you're coming from, because the capitalist system in the United States is one of the most successful capitalist systems in the history of Earth.
What's the most successful? I'm just saying that I think it's changed a lot in the last 15 years, and that we need to update our assumptions about what we're seeing. And that's true up and down. That's true with everything.
No, you literally said that we have more central planning than Russia. But I don't know how much central planning Russia has after 1991.
What we're seeing. And that's true up and down. That's true with everything. It's true with your neighbor's children who you haven't seen in 3 years, and they come home from Wesleyan and they're like, oh, you've grown. That is true for the world around us as well. And most of our assumptions about immigration, about our economy, about our tax system are completely outdated if you compare them to the current reality. And so I'm just for updating my files, and I have a big advantage over you because I am middle-aged, and so I don't
Called yourself old so many times throughout
I don't trust my perceptions of things, so I'm constantly trying to be like, is that true? I should go there. I should see it. And I guess just in the end,
If you're a selfish rich asshole, then this is probably an important thing to do. If I was your therapist, I would agree with that advice. Don't just take it on faith. Go look. Go look. If they said Moscow is dirty, go check it out. Maybe it wasn't that dirty. Maybe America's cities are dirty. I understand what he's saying.
I trust direct perceptions. I don't trust the internet, actually. Wikipedia is
an empiricist.
Wikipedia could not be more dishonest.
That's my perceptions. My perceptions. My direct perceptions. Everything else is can't trust it.
And that will accelerate with AI, where history or perception of the past is completely controlled and distorted. So I think just getting out there and seeing stuff and seeing that Moscow was not what I thought it would be, which was a smoldering.
I have two conceptions of the past. They're formed by my institutions as a child. The first is my religion. The world is 6,000 years old. There's the Ark. We put all the animals on the Ark. It repopulated the Earth. That's what happened in the past. The second conception is, well, there was a American Revolution, and we had to get away from British rule, and no taxation without representation, and I want rights, and we need to not serve a king. And then Civil War and civil rights and other historical points in our nation's history. And those are the two things that control my historical perception of the past. And then maybe personal research. I went and bought a book or something, and I'm listening to an authority figure who is neither of those institutions. He's an author. He's a historian. He's a biographer. He's a storyteller. That's it. There's no other way to get information about the past. There's no time machine. There's no archive. Those are the places to get information about the past. And he is right. Once AI has superseded your church or your school or your Amazon's bestseller list, it is going to have total dominance about how you think about where we've been as a species. Does that concern you? What concerns me is who's making it. How is it being aligned? Is the Russian AI going to align me to a different history? Probably. But I'm starting to lose faith in the nation state in the 21st century. I'm not sure where we're going. If Tucker asked Putin, when does the AI empire start? And he said, we got to slow down and talk about genetic engineering first. Oh my God! So I'm not really sure what the driving authority figure will be in the 21st century. It might not be the nation state. I'm not sure. It might be AT&T. It might be Google. Not a Kardashian, but I keep up with appearances. Stone Hunter, I see family jewels, I'm clearing it.
The past is completely controlled and distorted. So I think just getting out there and seeing stuff and seeing that
It already is.
which was a smoldering ruin, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. What the hell? Direct data.
I guess that was his point. In our history books, Moscow is a rat-infested heap. It's nothing. These people are poor. It's a gas station with 4... What was some sort of petro state? Was the joke? They don't have culture. They don't have money. They don't have anything. They have oil.
That is good, but it's challenging. For example, if you talk to a lot of people in Moscow or in Russia, and you ask them, is there censorship? They will usually say, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, of course
But
there is.
Americans are going to say that.
I mean, just to be clear.
The President of the United States was banned from all social media the day after he was kicked out of office. The day after he was kicked out of office, or legally replaced by his predecessor, however you want to put it, he was banned. Censored, you might say, from every social media platform at the same time. Like a kill switch was engaged. That's called censorship. I don't know what the fuck you're talking, even if you didn't experience it personally. And I could see you maybe getting under the limbo bar by saying, well, I haven't personally been censored, so I don't know what you mean. Well, the president was. You remember that, right? The leader? Shut up, leader. You can't talk anymore to the people? They can do that to him. They can do that to anybody.
Where history or perception of the past is completely controlled.
That's censorship. Lex is putting up this. Well, if I went to Russia and asked the Russians, they would say they're censored. Yeah, no kidding. Bro, welcome to our century.
Moscow was not what I thought it would be, which was a smoldering ruin, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. What the hell?
Direct data is good, but it's challenging. For example, if you talk to a lot of people in Moscow or in Russia, and you ask them, is there censorship? They will usually say, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, of course there is. I agree. I mean, just to be clear, I have no plans to move to Russia. I think I would probably be arrested if I moved to Russia. Ed Snowden, who is the most famous sort of openness, transparency advocate in the world, I would say, along with Assange. Doesn't want to live in Russia. He's had problems with the Putin government. He's attacked Putin. They don't like it. I mean, I get it. I get it. I'm just saying, what are the lessons for us? And the main lesson is we are being lied to, like in a way that's bewildering and very upsetting. I was mad about it all 8 days I was there because I feel like I'm better informed than most people because it's my job to be informed, and I'm skeptical of everything. And yet I was completely hoodwinked by it. I would just recommend to everyone watching this, like, you think you know, like, if you're really interested, if you're one of those people, and I'm not one, but who's like waking up every day and you've got a Ukrainian flag on your mailbox or whatever, your Ukrainian lapel pin or some absurd theater.
They were primed for this with the Russia gating for 4 years. They're all Democrats. They're all liberal coastal globalists, and they were primed for this by Russia, 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 which is what the conservatives call this, or Russiagate, which is what the progressives call this, or the illegal collusion, which is what the Democrats call this. The collusion. Do you remember collusion? They were primed to hate Russia. They were primed for anti-Russian sentiments. They in a sense, if you look at it historically, they were beating war drums. They were saying, we're going to go to war with these people any fucking second. You need to realize that they put a Manchurian candidate in as our leader. Is what they were saying. He's a Putin puppet. And they're taking over our country. And then a couple of years later, we're all wearing Ukraine buttons. Well, that's because they were tricking us into hating these people for 5 years before that happened.
But if you like sincerely care about Ukraine or Russia or whatever, why don't you just hop on a plane for $800 and go see it? Okay, no, that doesn't occur to anyone to do that. And I know it's time consuming and kind of expensive, sort of, not really. But you benefit so much. I mean, I could bore you for like 8 hours. And I know you've had this experience where you think you know what something is, or you think you know who someone is, and then you have direct experience of that place or person, and you realize all your preconceptions were totally wrong. They were controlled by somebody else. Like, you know, in fact, I won't betray confidences, but off the air, you were talking about somebody, and you said, I couldn't believe the person was not at all like what I thought. Well, that's happened to me
In the positive direction.
in the positive direction. By the way, for me, it's almost always in that direction. Most people I meet, and I've had the great privilege of meeting
Pleasantly surprised by how great they are.
over all this time, they're way better than you think, or they're more complicated, or whatever. But the point is, a direct experience unmediated by liars, there's no substitute for that.
Well, on that point, direct experience in Ukraine. So I visited Ukraine.
Well, you know, this is what reporting is all about, Tucker. I mean, this is your job in essence. We all can't get on a plane and go see for ourselves. We need you, the reporter, to get on a plane and go get a cameraman and stand in front of the streets of Ukraine during the war and say, guys, I just came to Ukraine. I'm seeing it for myself. I'm here reporting live. Let me tell you what's going on. I mean, maybe he's giving an argument about why what he's saying is so obvious, and anybody who wants to do half of his reporting heavy lifting could go see what he's talking about for themselves. But it seemed like he was saying everybody should be their own reporter, and it's like, no, Tucker, that's what we need you to do exactly. You're the reporter. You go tell us firsthand what's happening, and we'll turn into your show and listen secondhand. We trust you. And the second we stop trusting you will be the second we stop watching your show. But it will most likely come from something you're doing with lying. So just keep it straight and we'll follow you. That's what reporting was supposed to be. That's what all you social media people are doing. If you're following anybody online, that's what they're doing. They're turning on their phones and they're reporting whatever's happening to them, and you're following them and you're trusting them. I remember when people started saying, I get my news from Facebook. And I remember thinking, well, what they mean is I've replaced local news and national news with this little internal network of my friends and my family, and that's the only type of news I really care about. I don't really give a shit what the fuck is going on in the world. I just want to know what Uncle Joe's doing, and how my niece is, and how the people from high school were, and how my friends from college are, and how my coworkers are, and how my mom is, and how his mom is, and her sister's friend's mom, and that's the only news I care about. I don't want to know anything about anything else. I want to know about my people, and that became news. And when people say I get all my news from Facebook, I just assume that's what they meant, but they mean everything. They mean my politics, my weather. I get it all from Facebook. And I remember thinking, damn, you're an idiot. Maybe I was the idiot. I still need you to go to Ukraine for us, Tucker. $800 is nothing off your back. Please, take a ticket. Go tell us what's going on in Ukraine. I'll watch. Y'all follow you. I'll follow you. You're the reporter. You tell me. I can't go see for myself. That's why we have reporters in the first place. I suspect anybody in my audience can't go to Ukraine this weekend and see for themselves. We need Tucker to tell us.
Why don't you just hop on a plane for $800 and go see it? Okay, no, that doesn't occur to anyone to do that. And I know it's time consuming and kind of expensive, sort of, not really.
I think he's talking to his fellow oligarchs, or at best, maybe his fellow reporters, his fellow newsmen. Go see for yourself. I'm not bullshitting you. You don't have to watch my interview. Go see.
I mean, I could bore you for like 8 hours. And I know you've had this experience where you think you know what something is, or you think you know who someone is, and then you have direct experience of that place or person, and you realize all your preconceptions were totally wrong. They were controlled by somebody else. You know, in fact, I won't betray confidences, but off the air.
This is the problem with epistemology in general. How do you get your knowledge? Well, the truth is, the best way is authority. That's the best way. And if your authority figures are you liars, then you don't really have a way. Or you lose faith in the way that you had to get information, and now you don't have a way. You're in this post-truth space where you can't trust authority figures to give you accurate information, and you can't test it for yourself. So you're in this, I wouldn't say it's nihilistic, I would say it's skeptical. You're a skeptic. You can't trust anything. I'm not sure that's nihilistic, but it is. Maybe there's not a space for trust in the future. Maybe that's what's the value of that value? I'm partial to trust, but maybe it's an old sentiment. Maybe we don't need trust. We have power and we have belief, and I don't need trust to run the society. You don't need to trust anybody. I'm partial to thinking, no, we can't have a society where nobody trusts anybody about anything, and we're post-truth, and we can't navigate history and we can't navigate the future and we can't. It's all just kind of like decide for yourself what you think is true, my truth. But maybe we can. Maybe we can. Maybe that's not as essential to society as I think. If you have hierarchy and you've already committed to that, and you have some sort of belief, some sort of ideology, maybe that's enough. Maybe you don't actually need trust. You just need a framing, and just with a flick of my finger, put you back where you're supposed to be, and maybe that's enough. It doesn't really matter what you believe. It doesn't really matter if you trust anybody. If I give you the right ideology, if I put you in the right framing, and then I give you a boss and some peasants under you, some peons, maybe that's plenty. I'll just kind of roll. I don't know. Tucker has a he's at least gives a rhetorical nod to truth, which I appreciate. I don't know what he thinks about. It seems like he's afraid of living in a world of lies like me. We might lose it. It might be too hard to tell what's true.
I'm just saying, what are the lessons for us? And the main lesson is we are being lied to, like in a way that's bewildering and very upsetting. I was mad about it all 8 days I was there because I feel like I'm better informed than most people because it's my job to be informed, and I'm skeptical of everything. And yet I was completely hoodwinked by it. I would just recommend to everyone watching this, like, you think you know, like, if you're really interested, if you're one of those people, and I'm not one, but it was like waking up every day and you've got a Ukrainian flag on your mailbox or whatever, your Ukrainian lapel pin or absurd theater. But if you, like, sincerely care about Ukraine or Russia or whatever, why don't you just hop on a plane for $800 and go see it? Okay? No one, that doesn't occur to anyone to do that. And I know it's time-consuming and kind of expensive, sort of, not really. But you benefit so much. I mean, I could bore you for like 8 hours. And I know you've had this experience where you think you know what something is, or you think you know who someone is, and then you have direct experience of that place or person, and you realize all your preconceptions were wrong. They were controlled by somebody else. In fact, I won't betray confidences, but off the air, you're talking about somebody, and you said, I couldn't believe the person was not at all like what I thought. That's happened to me
in the positive direction.
In the positive direction. By the way, for me, it's almost always in that direction. Most people I meet, and I've had the great privilege of meeting a lot of people over all this time, they're way better than you think, or they're more complicated, or whatever. But the point is, a direct experience unmediated by liars, there's no substitute for that.
Well, on that point, direct experience in Ukraine. So I visited Ukraine and witnessed a lot of the same things you witnessed in Moscow. So first of all, beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And this is a country that's
It's fucking Europe. Their civilization is thousands of years old. Yes, they have architecture for thousands of years. It's true.
Yes.
This is a country.
Why are they so impressed by this? Tucker says, why don't we have this? I mean, maybe we should. Maybe we should have this.
So it's not
for real.
Like for real, where most of the men are either volunteering or fighting in the war, and there's actual tanks in the streets that are going to your major city of Kiev, and still the supply chains are working.
Yes.
Just a handful of months after the start of the war, everything's working. The restaurants are amazing. Most of the people are able to do some kind of job, like the life goes on. Cleanliness, like you mentioned.
I love
security, that. Like it's incredible. Like there's the crime zero. They gave out guns to everybody. The Texas strategy does work. Yeah, when you witness it, you realize, okay, there's something to these people. There's something to this country, that they're not as corrupt as you might hear.
Right.
You hear that Russia is corrupt, Ukraine is corrupt, your you assume it's just all gonna go to shit.
Well, so that's been, and I haven't been to Ukraine, and I've certainly tried, and they put me on some kill him immediately list, so I can't attract Zelensky. He keeps denouncing me. I just want an interview with him. He won't. Unfortunately, I would love to do it.
Hope you do.
I do too. But one of the things that bothers me most, I love to hear that what you just said about Kiev, but I'm not really surprised. One of the things that I'm most ashamed of is the bigotry that I felt towards Slavic people, also toward Muslims, to be totally honest, because I lived through decades of propaganda from NBC News and CNN, where I worked, about this or that group of people and they're horrible or whatever. And then you whine, and I kind of believed it. And I see it now. Like, we can't even put the word Russia at Wimbledon because it's so offensive. Well, what does the tennis player have to do with it? Did he invade Ukraine? I don't think he did. Stealing all these business guys' yachts and denouncing them as oligarchs. What do they have to do with it? Whatever. Here's my point. The idea that, like, a whole group of people is just evil because of their blood, I just don't believe that. I think it's immoral to think that. And I can just tell you my own experience after 8 days there. I think it's a really interesting culture, Slavic culture, which is shared, by the way, by Russia and Ukraine. Of course, they're first cousins at the most distant. And I found them really smart and interesting and informed. I didn't understand a lot of what they're saying. I don't understand the way their minds work because I'm American. But it wasn't a thin culture. It's a thick culture. And I admire that. And I wish I could go to Ukraine. I would go tomorrow.
So I think after you did the interview with Putin, you put a clip, I think on TCM, where, like, your sort of analysis afterwards.
Yeah, it wasn't much of an analysis.
No, but what stood out to me is you were kind of talking shit about Putin a little bit. Like, you were criticizing him.
Why wouldn't I?
It spoke to the thing that you mentioned.
It just seemed like you were frustrated.
Afraid.
I didn't get what I
The
wanted.
question I want to ask is, it would be pretty badass if you went to the supermarket and made the point you were making, but also criticize Putin, right? Criticize that there is a lack of freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And
in the supermarket?
Stop stuffing sopping wet bags of ice into your cooler. I've got a brand new fridge on wheels. Keeps your food ice cold.
Yes.
Oh.
Lex is doing the thing where you're a Putin supporter. You support Putin unless you're denouncing him in your report about the grocery store.
Freedom of speech and freedom of the press.
In the supermarket?
Yes.
Very funny, Tucker.
I also said that. Well, yeah, I mean, of course I think that. I'm not.
That was really funny. I should
Part of
be
it is that
laughing
I'm
harder.
a little, because I have such a low opinion of the commentariat in the United States and the news organizations, which really do just work for the U.S. government. I mean, I really see them as I did Izvestia and Pravda in the 80s. Like, they're just organs of the government, and I think they're contemptible. And I think the people who work there are contemptible, and I say that as someone who knows them really well personally. I think they're disgusting. That I'm a little bit cut off, kind of, from what people are saying about me because I'm not interested. But so I try not to be defensive. Like, see, I'm not a tool of Putin. But the idea that I'd be flacking for Putin when, my relatives fought in the Revolutionary War, like, I'm as American as you could be, it's like crazy to me. Anne Applebaum calls me a traitor to my. It's just like so dumb. But no, of course they don't have. No country has freedom of speech other than us. Canada doesn't have it. Great Britain definitely doesn't have it. France, Netherlands, these are countries that.
We have it in a very special way because it's in our Constitution. It's not a law. It's not something that can be repealed or something that can be. I wrote a law that overrides this law, and there's no judge can come in and go that no, there is no free speech. It's in the Constitution. It's the founding document of our legal structure. So there's no getting out of the free speech thing. You have to redefine it, but you can't get rid of it. We have free speech. It's special. We're special. That's one of the things that's supposed to make us special.
But no, of course they don't have. No country has freedom of speech other than us. Canada doesn't have it. Great Britain definitely doesn't have it. France, Netherlands, these are countries I spend a lot of time in. And Russia certainly doesn't have it. So that's why I don't live there. I'm just saying.
That's why he doesn't live
there. Don't work. That's all I was saying. And we don't have to live like animals. We can live with dignity. Even the Russians can do it. That's kind of what I was saying. Even the Russians under Vladimir freaking Putin can live like this. And no, it's not a feature of dictatorship. That's the most, I think, discouraging and most dishonest line by people like Jon Stewart, who really are trying to prepare the population for accepting a lot less. He is really a tool of the regime in a sinister way, always has been. Like, how dare you expect that? What are you, a Stalinist? It's like, no. I'm an American. I'm like a decent person. I just want to be able to walk to the grocery store without being murdered. Is that too much to ask? Shut up! Then you don't believe in freedom! It's really dark if you think about it, you know?
So there is a fundamental.
He's made that point over the hour a couple times. The safety of my city is directly connected to my freedom. My freedom. If I'm not safe, if I can't walk to the grocery store, am I really free, or aren't I really a slave? If the foreigners come in and take put their kids at our kindergartens and start taking our spots, isn't that basically slavery? I don't like that. And how he's stealing our resources? Not really. Illegally invading? You mean moving? It's just very inflammatory. It's very inflammatory. It's very politically hateful. It's politically correct for hate instead of for like being polite. It's a very incendiary, sensational way of speaking. It makes ringing and chiming in my ears. I don't like it. A lot of back pain today. That's why we're just doing video games.
The way in which you wanted Americans to expect more.
You don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. You don't have to accept it. You don't. And everyone's afraid in this country they're going to be shut down by the tech oligarchs or have the FBI show up at their houses or go to jail. And people are legit afraid of that in the United States. And my feeling is, so? Like, show a little courage. Like, what is it worth to you for your grandchildren to live in a free, prosperous country? It should be worth more than your comfort. That's how I feel.
We should make clear that, by many measures, you look at the World Press Freedom Index, you're right, U.S. is not at the top. Norway is. U.S. scores 71, same as Gambia.
I passed my driving test. 71.
Hold on a second.
Now you're making me laugh.
Ukraine is 61, and Russia is 35. The lower it is, the worse. Close to China at 23, and North Korea at the very bottom, 22.
Didn't Ukraine put Gonzalo Lira in jail till he died for criticizing the government? How can they have a high press?
Yes, that's why they're 61.
But I'm saying, look, I don't know what the criteria are they're using to arrive at that. But I know press freedom when I see it. I try to practice.
Tucker's right. It is. My power level is 74. Your power level is 61. Okay, well, how did you come up with those numbers? Oh, wow. People who use numbers in their argument as supporting evidence are very sus. Very sussy. You're not because I think you're malicious, but because I think you're ignorant. I don't think you know enough to talk like that. Tucker's right. That's just a score, dog. Made by a scorer. What's the criteria that they use to come up with that? I sure don't know. Oh my gosh.
Die, but no, of course they don't have no country has freedom of speech. It's like, no. I'm an American. I'm like a decent person. I just want to be able to walk to the grocery store without being murdered. Is that too much to ask? Shut up! Then you don't believe in freedom. It's really dark if you think about it,
So there is a fundamental way in which you wanted Americans to expect more.
You don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. You don't have to accept it. You don't. And everyone's afraid in this country they're going to be shut down by the tech oligarchs or have the FBI show up at their houses or go to jail. And people are legit afraid of that in the United States. And my feeling is, so?
Why would
Like,
the FBI
show
show
a
up
little
at your
courage.
house?
Like, what is it worth to you for your grandchildren to live in a free, prosperous country? It should be worth more than your comfort. That's how I feel.
We should make clear that, you know, by many measures, you look at the World Press Freedom Index, you're right, U.S. is not at the top.
World Freedom Index of the press. Censorship. This is Lex's argument on why Russia sucks. This is why Russia sucks. Censorship.
Gambia,
Really?
West Africa.
So let me just ask.
Hold on a second.
Now you're making me laugh.
Ukraine is 61 and Russia is 35. The lower it is, the worse. Close to China at 23, North Korea at the very bottom, 22.
Didn't Ukraine put Gonzalo Lira in jail till he died for criticizing the government? How can they have a high press?
Yes, that's why they're 61.
But I'm saying, I don't know what the criteria are they're using to arrive at that. But I know press freedom when I see.
Even North Korea got a 22. You really try hard, you can get some points. Imagine what that really means. It means you're not allowed to publish what? It means you're not. It means there are some things you cannot say publicly or published. I mean, it can't be. Do they mean literal verbal speech or do they mean the written word? But once you switch to video and I publish that online, the spoken word is probably more powerful again. If I can disseminate that via screen, and that is certainly publishing, so that would be the thing you would want to censor. I don't know. What do you think the live streamers in China are doing? The Twitch streamers. What is it? World of Warcraft only? You can't talk about Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, try to practice it, which is saying what you think is true, correcting yourself when you've been shown to be wrong, as I have many times, being as honest as you can be all the time, and not being afraid. And those are wholly absent in my country, wholly absent. People are afraid in the news business. I would know, since I spent my life working there, and they're afraid to tell the truth. They're under an enormous amount of pressure, and a lot of them have little kids and mortgages. I've been there. So I have sympathy, but they go along with things like you are not allowed, if you stand up at any cable channel in the United States and say, wait a second, how did the Ukrainian government throw a U.S. citizen into prison until he died for criticizing the Ukrainian government, and we're paying for that? That's what's offensive to me. We're paying for it. And that happens all the time around the world. Of course.
That's why it's offensive, because we're paying for it. I mean, this is what makes it our responsibility. This is what makes it our fault. This is what makes you complicit. This is what makes us in trouble. This is why you should care. But because we're paying for it is why you care. I don't know. Kind of, yes. But it's oh my gosh. Here, hang on, I forgot what I was gonna say.
How did the Ukrainian government throw a U.S. citizen into prison until he died for criticizing the Ukrainian government, and we're paying for that? That's what's offensive to me. We're paying for it. And that happens all the time around the world. Of course.
That's why it's offensive. It could be offensive without you having You paying for it should be a lot of reasons why you care, but not the reason why you're offended. The offensiveness should come from the disastrous behavior or horrific behavior. The killing of a person, jailing them for their speech.
U.S. citizen into prison until he died for criticizing the Ukrainian government, and we're paying for that. That's what's offensive to me. We're paying for it. Nah, that's all the time in our world. Of course. But this is a U.S. citizen, and we're paying the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats. Like we are the Ukrainian government at this point. And like, if you said that on TV, on any channel, well, you lose your job for that. So like, that's not. I don't care. Norway is at the top. Really, Norway. If I went to
Norway, that's what we're playing. Oh no, wait. Yeah, wait. Right, we're Norway. Norwegian.
Committed the largest act of industrial terrorism in history, and by the way, the largest environmental crime, the largest emission of CO2, methane. Could I keep my job? No. So how is that a free
We
press?
don't know that. I mean, the whole point of
In
the
Norway?
Yes.
Well, as a Scandinavian, I can tell you they would not put up with it. Norway for a second.
It's been a while.
Deviating for the majority? No.
Well, but it's a deviating maybe is frowned upon, but
yeah.
But you have the freedom to say it if you do deviate. That's the question.
Can you keep your job? That's one measurement of it. Yeah, it's not the only measurement. Obviously, being thrown into prison is much worse than losing your job. I've been fired a number of times for saying what I think, by the way.
But never thrown in prison.
I've enjoyed it. I don't mind being fired. I've always become a better person after it happened. But it is one measurement of freedom. If you have the theoretical right to do something but no practical ability to do it, do you have a right to do it? And the answer is not really, actually.
You mentioned Jon Stewart. The two of you have a bit of a history. I don't know if you've seen it, but he kind of grilled your supermarket and Subway videos. Have you got a chance to see it?
I haven't seen it, but someone characterized it to me, which is why I pivoted against it earlier in our conversation about how the price of freedom is living in filth and chaos.
Yeah, that was essentially it.
Yeah, it's a weird argument that you keep making about if we policed our cities more, they would be cleaner and safer. Is essentially, I think, what you're saying. Effectively, functionally, as far as your policy prescription for what you actually mean when you are making fun of the cost of freedom is filth and squalor and murder. Murderers all around, and it makes me less free. All the murderers running around. Because I no longer have the freedom to live, because I'm afraid of all the murderers. I think is what you're saying. Factorial, huh?
Hold up. I think one of the brands with the best punch guarantee. I won't even flinch. A feud has broken up between our houses. Elenia. Eliana. Eliana. I need money. Should I raid? You ain't gonna see that flex shots. We don't need that check back with no feedback, flex back with no rematch. They wanna say that I won't be the best. I'd be the reason that Sasuke is the brass Sharingan, but I'm the one seeing red when I step on the block. It becomes an event. Could not my hand leave cut the ribbons. Unforgiven, clones given double vision. Done the mission. Up the drug addiction. Then I bring more toads in the Mushroom Kingdom. Look at me now, I made it. Know that I've been the greatest. Look at me now, I'm famous. Act like a god, I'm sacred. Raise all his raiders. But not all over the place. Just like the place where I put the next rally point. Raise local army, raise local raiders, raise all army here. Economic mold, economic map. I don't feel so good. My back is killing me. Let's raid, boys. Prelude 24. Need about 100 gold, so we're gonna have to go get that from the French. Time to pay up.
Jon Stewart appeared on Crossfire, a show you hosted, and it was kind of a memorable moment. Can you tell the saga of that as you remember?
I mean, for me, as I was saying to you before about how it takes a long time to digest and process and understand what happens to you, or at least it does for me. I didn't understand that as a particularly significant moment while it was happening. I just got off on a plane from Hawaii. I mean, I was out of it as usual. And I was very literal as usual. And so from my perspective, his criticism of me, to the extent I remember it, was that I was a partisan. Well, he had two criticisms. One, that Crossfire was stupid, which it certainly was. In fact, I'd already given my notice and I was moving on to another company by that point. Crossfire was stupid. Crossfire didn't help. Crossfire framed everything as Republican versus Democrat, whatever. It was not helpful to the public discourse. I couldn't agree more. And that's why I left. So that was part of his critique. Fair. I'm not sure I would have admitted it at the time because I worked there. You're engaged in an enterprise that's like fundamentally worthless, which it was. But his other point was that I was somehow a partisan or a mindless partisan, which is definitely not true. It is true of him. He is a mindless partisan. But I am not. And I really haven't been since I got back from Baghdad at the beginning of the Iraq War, and I realized that the Republican Party, which I'd voted for, my whole life to that point and had supported in general, was like pushing this really horrible thing that was going to hurt the United States, which in time it really did. The Iraq War really hurt the United States. And I realized that I had been on the wrong side of that. I said so publicly immediately from Baghdad. I said that. And I really meant it. I mean it now. And so to call me partisan, you can call me stupid. You can call me wrong. I certainly have been wrong. But partisan, I just didn't think it was a meaningful. I mean, it's like, that's just not true. It's the opposite of true. So I didn't really take it seriously at all. And I never thought much of him. So I was like, whatever, some buffoon jumping around on my ship grandstanding. But I do think it was reported. And by the way, that happened right at the moment that YouTube began. I think that was one of the first big YouTube videos. It was one of the first big YouTube videos. So it had a virality that's a word. It went everywhere in a way that didn't used to happen in cable news. I mean, by that point, that was 20 years ago.
I remember thinking Tucker was Bowtie back then. I call him Bowtie.
Before 2004, we would say something on television, and then it would be lost. Like, people could claim they heard it, but you'd have to go to the University of Tennessee at Knoxville archives to get it. Suddenly, everything we said would live forever on the internet, which is good, by the way. It's not bad, but it was a big change for me. I just couldn't believe how widely that was discussed at the time, because I thought he was not an interesting person. I didn't think he was a person. I just didn't take him seriously then, and I don't now. But so that was it. It was a smaller thing in my life at the time than other people imagine.
Okay, you said a lot of words that would make it sound like you're a bit bitter, even if you're not. So you said unhappy person. What partisan?
He's never happy with that. Well, he's definitely partisan, for sure.
Can you elaborate why you think
Well, so I think that, and I see this a lot, not only on the left, but people who believe that whatever political debate they're engaged in is the most important debate in the world. And so they bring an emotional intensity to those debates, and they're inevitably disappointed because
People just do that when they're talking. Debating is hard. You go have a non-emotional debate with somebody. It's very difficult. It's gonna come up a lot, and if you're a conservative hard ass, and you hear and bleeding heart, sweetheart comes up, maybe don't have a lot of tolerance for the crying or the whining or the emotion, but that getting emotion out of debate, my God, good luck. It's part of why debate is not helpful. It's very emotional. People get very emotional. People get defensive.
Can you elaborate why you think
Well, so I think that, and I see this a lot, not only on the left, but people who believe that whatever political debate they're engaged in is the most important debate in the world. And so they bring an emotional intensity to those debates, and they're inevitably disappointed because no eternal question is solved politically. So they're kind of on the wrong path, right? And they're doomed to frustration. If they believe that, and many do, he certainly does, that whatever the issue is, Clarence Thomas should not be Supreme Court Justice, and the implication is, well, if someone else is Supreme Court Justice, we'll live in a fair and happy society. But that's just not, it's a false promise. So I think that people who bring that level
Feeling
of
is mutual.
by definition bitter, by definition disappointed, bitter in the way that disappointed people are, and that the real question is like, what happens when you die, and how do the people around you feel about it? Those are not the only questions in life, but they're certainly the most important ones. And if we're spending a disproportionate amount of time on who gets elected to some office, not that it's irrelevant, it is relevant, but it's not the eternal question. And so I feel like
We're doing the House view.
Kind of bitter, silly person in Washington or in its orbit. There are many, and a lot of them are Republicans. So, but I just thought it was ironic. I mean, everything is ironic to me, but like being called a Russia sympathizer by a guy who calls himself Boris. Like, that just made me laugh. No one else has ever laughed at that. Boris Johnson's real name is not Boris, as you know. He calls himself Boris. It's his middle name. And so, like, if you call, who's obviously a very happy person, I just didn't take him seriously then, and I don't now. But so anyway, that was it. It was a smaller thing in my life at the time than other people imagined.
Okay, you said a lot of words that will make it sound like you're a bit bitter, even if you're not. So you said unhappy person, partisan person.
Well, he's definitely partisan, for sure.
Can you elaborate why you think he's
Well, so I think that, and I see this a lot, not only on the left, but people who believe that whatever political debate they're engaged in is the most important debate in the world. And so they bring an emotional intensity to those debates, and they're inevitably disappointed because no eternal question is solved politically. So they're kind of on the wrong path, right? And they're doomed to frustration. If they believe that, and many do, he certainly does, that whatever the issue is, Clarence Thomas should not be Supreme Court Justice, and the implication is, well, if someone else is Supreme Court Justice, we'll live in a fair and happy society. But that's just not, it's a false promise. So I think that people who bring that level of intensity to politics are by definition bitter, by definition disappointed, bitter in the way that disappointed people are. And that the real question is, like, what happens when you die? And how do the people around you feel about it? Those are not the only questions in life, but they're certainly the most important ones. And if we're spending a disproportionate amount of time on who gets elected to some office, not that it's irrelevant, it is relevant, but it's not the eternal question. And so I feel like he's not the only kind of bitter, silly person in Washington, or
They're not theologians.
And a lot of them are Republicans. So, but I just thought it was ironic. I mean, everything is ironic to me, but like being called a Russia sympathizer by a guy who calls himself Boris. Just made me laugh.
I didn't try to read it.
Boris Johnson's real name is not Boris, as you know. He calls himself Boris. It's his middle name. And so, like, if you call yourself Boris, you don't really have standing to attack anyone else as a Russia defender, right? I think that's funny. No one else, as I noted, does. But Jon Stewart, like, if he, there are a lot of things you could say about me, but he's much more partisan than I am. So to call me a partisan, it's like, what?
He would probably say he's not partisan, that he's a comedian who's looking for the humor and the absurdity of the system.
That's it, but he's a he's a very serious person. And this, I will say this, and he shares this quality with a lot of comedians. I know a cross-section of people just having done this job for a long time, and a lot of them are very serious, like, about their views, and they have a lot of emotional intensity. And he certainly is in that category. He's not. That's like the silliest thing. Yeah, he's a comedian for sure. He can be very funny for sure. He has talent. he's motivated by
Morality.
you know, this is right, that is wrong, and I just think it's a misapplied passion.
But do you think I'm just a comedian? Is
I don't think any serious person thinks that. I mean, if you're just a comedian, and look, I'm not trying to claim, I couldn't claim that I haven't said a lot of dumb things, and one of the dumbest things I ever said was when he was on our set lecturing me. You know, he's a moralizer, which I also just don't really care for as an aesthetic matter, but he was lecturing me about something, and I said, I thought you were here to tell jokes, which I shouldn't have said, because he wasn't there to tell jokes. He was there to lecture me, and I should have just engaged it directly rather than trying to diminish him by, like, you're just a little comedian. Well, he doesn't see himself that way. But I would just say this: Jon Stewart's a defender of power. Like, Jon Stewart was never criticized. Like, what's Jon Stewart's view on, you know, the aid we've sent to Ukraine, the $100 billion or whatever? Like, what happened to that money? What happened to the weapons that it bought? He doesn't care. He has the exact same priorities as the people permanently in charge in Washington. So whatever, he's not alone in that. So does Mika Brzezinski and her husband and all the rest of the cast of dummies. But if you're going to pretend to be the guy who's giving the finger to entrenched power, you should do it once in a while. And he never has. There's not one time when he said something that would be deeply unpopular on Morning Joe. That's all I'm saying.